So what's going on, guys? How we doing out there? Friday, TGIF. Hope you guys doing well. Things are good here. Friday, TGIF. And I got my feedback going on. Hold on. Fix that. There we go. Alright. So, what's going on, guys? Check in with me and let me know what's going on. You know, talk to me. See what you got going on this weekend. Anything exciting? Things are good here. Let's see, where did I leave off? I guess when, excuse me, when I was plugging away on Wednesday, I was starting to set up the little cards, the unlock cards, and I kept plugging away on that and made some fantastic progress, which I'll give you a quick rundown here. And what I'm working on now is actually getting the code implemented, so it will play nicely. But let me come up here. It's thinking. Alright, yeah, I was just doing some coding there, so I had to, like, dig through it again. No errors, that's good. So, yep, I'm centered. So it's looking like this now. There you go. By default, it has everybody turned off, but then when it goes, it'll look more like this. So, for example, it'll have, like, this character. There it goes. So, that's what we're looking at now. That's, if you remember what I had on Wednesday when I started putting that together, I told you I would definitely end up revising the crap out of it, which I did. The thing I was most concerned about from the get-go was that it was just way too busy. Too much information, right? And so, yeah, I mean, that's all working now. Why does that keep timing up? Sorry, just technical issues there. So yeah, this is all working pretty well. So what it'll do is it'll just count down the cards needed. When it hits 0, then that goes away. The icon moves over and it says unlocked, which allows the person to go in and actually recruit the character. Or in this case, grab the icon. So, and as you see, it's not actually in the scene. It is a prefab. So that way it's designed to be much more modular. So when I have different island themes, I can just load it up on the fly and it'll be all good. So, yay, that's working nicely. What I was just starting to work on when it came time to go online was the process of actually figuring out which card I should reward the user with. So that's what I'm trying to deal with now. And I'll show you this. Let's see. I don't even actually have it up yet. Okay. Yeah, because it'll be coming down here. So this is the split I'm using right now. This is subject to change, of course, but what I'm looking at is that, so the 3 things that a player can unlock over time, of course, is the icons, the villagers, and the launchers. And the icons, of course, there's the most of those, right? Villagers, there'd be 4, and launchers would be 3, and the launcher's a bit more precious, you know. So the way I have this set up, at least currently, is, you know, there's a 50-50 chance that we're gonna go try and find an icon to unlock, right? Or 30% chance it goes to the villager, or 20% that goes to the launcher. And then, of course, if none are available, then I'll move on to the next one. And I was thinking about doing a process where it would like randomly ping between the different items, right? So, for example, here, bring up a illustration here. So, I don't have the audio muted, so let me jump on this right when it pops up, because we don't need to have too much audio playing at the same time. Got it. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. So for like the icons, for example, right? Rather than have it just like randomly go across, I think I'm gonna just have it go one by one. You know, so it's just start, and this one will unlock, and then this guy will unlock, and this guy will unlock. So it'll go in order. I think that's gonna be the cleanest way. And the same will be true for the villagers, right? It'll just start and then work its way across. I guess be like that way. Is that right? Yeah. So it starts with a female warrior, right? And then just kind of drifts across and unlocks those over time. And then, of course, the same for launchers. So you start off working your way trying to unlock the Cyclops, and then the Kraken, and then the Dragon. So that is my thought process. Rather than just have it randomized, I thought it'd just be cleaner just to have it, just have a sense of progress, you know. So the randomness will come in the sense of which one it will actually try to unlock. So 50% of the time that you win a card, which the cards get rewarded on random matches, randomly every 3 to 5 matches. That's what I'm doing right now. So that way, it's sort of, as I mentioned before, it forces the players to play a bunch of matches before they get access to all the content, you know. So for me, it's just I want to have enough stuff going on. Let me close that. That's not working. So there's stuff to work towards, right? It's not one of those things that you can just unlock everything right from the get-go. There is stuff that gets dribbled out over time, so that just motivates players to keep playing. So that was the mindset. Once I get this dialed in, which I'm really close now, then I'll throw it out there and let you guys start playing with it and offer your feedback, and let me know if you think that this time frame is cool in terms of the amount of time that you need to play the game to unlock all the content, you know. And of course, like these characters too, right? I mean, the way this works is you can't actually get these icons until you physically unlock that villager character first, right? So once she's unlocked, right, then by default you get this first icon as a reward, and then these other icons you now have the opportunity to unlock and purchase, right? So that's a rundown of where we're at now. I'm pretty happy with the way that these guys turned out. I'll bring up all 3 of them here. They're pretty similar in nature, but there you go. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Oh, I didn't mean for, okay, could have caught that. By default, all the characters should be turned off like that. So let me do that and go apply. Oz, hey, did I miss something since yesterday? Not much. How's it going, Oz? Good to see you, man. How we doing? I think at the end of the day, I was working on creating these reward cards, and if you remember, it was a lot bigger and a lot more information was getting thrown at you at the same time. So what I've done is streamlined it. So all it does is it says, hey, you won either a icon card, a launcher card, or a villager card. And then what it'll also show you is, in the launcher group, it'll show you which item, right, that you're unlocking, you know. So, and this is, I think, much cleaner and simpler. So that'll actually, actually, I can do that real quick if I, let me just toss these guys out for a second. Yeah, thanks. Really sweet. Thanks, man. It's when I was making yesterday, I said that I was probably gonna like revise the crap out of it, you know. And UI is definitely one of my thorns in my side. I'm not a big fan of dealing with UI, and you know, so when something comes out that doesn't look terrible, I'm I'm actually kind of happy about it. So let me try villager icon. Oops, no, that's not what I want. Let me try. I think villagers, I have that set up. So bring up my card. Here's my script for it, and I had this set up. And this is for my testing, and I'll turn this back on again so you can actually see what it's doing. Show card now. 1, 3. Oh, I revised this. Let me change this. Say new vector 2. Make that a 1 and a 3. There. So this one should, in theory, what it'll do is it'll show the third character, which would be the dwarf character, the little Bimley character, and then Captain P715. Congrats. So it show it, and then it will say that you had one card to unlock, and it'll drop to 0. So it should, in theory, in this little quasi mock-up, show it on what the card looks like when it officially unlocks. So let me try this. Let's see if he behaves. Let's go. Here we go. And I think we have a time delay. There it goes. Boom. There it goes. That's the whole procedure right there. Cool. So that's a mock-up version of it. But so that'll be the idea of it, right? So I can do that again. Let's just say, you know, if this is how many cards you have left to go. So in this case, you have 3 cards to go. So it'll go from 3 to 2. Show this one more time. Yeah, ignore the background. Of course, this is just a mock-up here. 2. There. So that you instantly get a sense of where you are in terms of progress. And you go, oh, crap, okay, I need to like keep playing more games and get 2 more. And then I can actually, you know, start playing with the this villager. I'll get access to him. So, that's it. I'm happy that it's working. So let me turn all this stuff back off again, since this is all my test stuff. And I don't want that going at runtime, of course. There. And then I just have a show card now. I can actually delete all this. Yeah, this is left over from what I was doing yesterday when it had like all the titles bouncing and stuff like that. And it was just way too much, right? And it was just dragging out. It just kind of got ugly fast. So that's all gone, right? So that's actually much improved. And I think this look is much, much cleaner. You know, it still gives you all the information. The only thing that really changes is that card value. So I think that'll make sense. But, so, yep. So that's pretty much dialed in at this point. And all I need to do now is actually add the code that will unlock those things. So let me turn my main menu back on. Get that going again. So, how you guys doing out there? You having a good Friday? I'm pretty happy. What I'm working on right now is literally the last task I need to do before I put this out in beta and let you guys start playing with it. At least on Android. And then once I kick out the Android version, I'll switch over to getting the iOS version out. And here's what I'm thinking about too. You guys can offer your thoughts. I'm thinking about doing a PC build version that you guys, just for testing mode, right? Not for actual release purposes, but just for testing mode. If I do a PC build, now the catch here is the fact that there'll be basically literally no way to earn coins aside from winning games. So if you ever run out of coins, because the in-app purchase stuff won't work because you're on a PC, you know, and it's set up for Google Play and for iOS. And then the ads you can't do because the ads, once again, are set up for mobile. So it will be this really terrible kind of situation where you will literally have to like hit me up on Discord or email and say, hey, could you please go give me some more coins and tell me your username, and then I'll go in and I'll just go, okay, done. Now you have more coins and you can keep playing. You know, so it's not an ideal kind of scenario, but I would love to have more people play it that don't necessarily have an Android, you know, and then, you know, once I get the iOS, there'll be more people to play, but I would like everyone to have an opportunity to play. But the, excuse me, the PC side, there's not a simple way to address that aside from just you guys begging for coins and I just throw you more coins, which I can do, but it's a cumbersome process, but kind of my only option at the moment. So, but it's still thinking about that, you know. You guys can let me know once I get the Android version out. If you guys really want me to push on with the PC version, I'll do that as well. It's just sort of a stopgap while I'm in beta. All right, so this is where I was at right before I went online. Excuse me. So so here's what I'm doing. So for this example, what I do is I find out randomly if I'm going to offer you a icon, a villager, or a launcher, right? So, for example, if it is the launcher, right, then I'm going to see if there's actually a launcher available. Sorry. Oh, man. Let me drink something here. Okay. So, if I am going to offer you a launcher, then I got to go see if there's actually a launcher available for you. So, then I check out which island you're playing. And once again, right now there's only a island, but in the future there will be multiple islands, so I need to check that now, so I have that set up for future expansion of different island themes. So I figure out your island, right? And then I grab the array that holds all the launcher status, and now I'm going to figure out which excuse me, which of the launchers you should be able to get access to. And then this I just threw up temporarily. I'm going to change that value here in a second, but you know, if I mark that out, then you see this thing is going to throw up an error because it wants a value. So I just did that just so I don't have red staring me in the face. Excuse me. Okay. Oops. I lost that. There it goes. All right, now we're good. Okay, so what I should do now is, okay, so I have the entire string, and this string holds the status of all the islands, you know, and what I need to do is find out which one it is. So let me try this. Let me go, let's see, for launchers, there's only going to be 3 to choose from. So I'll just say launcher 1, launcher status, I'll do it this way, launcher status 1. I would prefer to do this as array, but there's only 3 of them, so I think this is going to be okay. So it's going to be equal to, alright, so the placement would be, if you think about it, it's an island designation, and then I think it's actually 4. Let me double check my math here. Launcher locks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So it's going to be string array, and it'll be 0, 1. So plus our island times, so if it's like 0, it needs to be let's see, 5, 6, I guess that'd be times 5, right? So if it's 1, it'd be 6. Yep, that should be correct. So that will push us off, because each launcher island has like 5 elements. So if I push that, that should get us to the proper island. Or actually, maybe I don't want, oh, that's status 1. That's good. All right. And then I need to take this array, which is a string, and convert it into an int. All right, why are you not happy? I convert string to int. Thought I just did that. Okay. ¿Por qué you no like this? Nope, still not happy. Oh, because it is a string. Sorry. Parse int. Int parse. Wrong way. Int parse. Now it's going to be happy, right? There we go. Yep. Just getting the terminology correct. Okay. So that'll grab that guy. And 2. So this just grabs all the status of all 3 launchers. Alright. What did I need? A vector 2. I just need the 1, I think. Oh no, I'm going to actually return the value too. So I'm going to say which one it is, and then its status value. Yep, that was actually a smart move. Yeah, so the cards by default have sort of like, you have to get 4 cards to unlock it. So what I'll do is I'll send back which launcher I'm actually choosing and what the status of that launcher is, how many cards are needed. So with those 2, I can actually display everything correctly. So let me do it this way. Excuse me. If launcher status 1 is let's see, is less than 0. So the way I do this is kind of a hack move, but it works for me. As I said, each of these you have to win 4 cards. So what I do is if you still need to win cards, I make that a negative value. So -4 for the value would signify the fact that the player still has to win all 4 cards. And then it goes, you know, when he wins 2 cards, and then it'd be -2. And then when he wins all 4 cards, it drops it to 0. And 0 signifies that the player can now unlock the character, but hasn't done it yet. And once the character actually does, once the player does unlock the character or the item, then it goes from 0 to 1. So that's how I can sort of like quickly figure out just through an int value what the status is of every unlockable item. Does that make sense? Well, that's it. Alright, so if it's less than 0, that means the card has not been unlocked yet, which means we found our perfect candidate. So then we'll say, oops. In that case, we're going to return, wrong direction. So return a new vector 2, and then this would be, 1, and then the value, which is launcher status 1. That should get that done. Okay. Yes. And then if that doesn't work, then let's move on to character 2. Alright. And then do the same thing here. Kind of going in a deep if then else kind of batch here, but it's only 3 items, so I don't think it's that much of a terrible thing. Right. So in this case we say if launcher status 2, then we say it would be 2, 2. Alright, and then if that's not the case, then finally we'll try 3. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yep, that's correct. Throw this up here. And then do the same thing. Yeah, no, you hate it. There's 2 of them. Hold on. Don't get ahead of me. Alright. Can I do that? Or is it going to complain? Yeah, it's going to complain. Okay. Fine. I'll leave that there for the time being. Okay. So let's clean this one up. So this will be for our 3rd launcher, 3rd and final launcher. Else, do it this way. Cool. Sure, found equals false. XD, how's it going, buddy? Have you ever coded in Lua? I did, actually. My very first game that I did, that I released for the iPhone, called Poke with Bob, was written in an older game engine called Shiva Stone Trip, and that was all Lua based. So that was where I got my start in terms of programming my first game. And then I went from, you know, that just because the game engine sort of faltered, and then I also I picked up the license for Unity, so then I made the shift from Lua to Unity Script, and from Unity Script to C#. So for me, it was a nice stepping stone. Lua was really, really forgiving. Lua is almost, I won't say like totally basic-like, but I mean, Lua is very reminiscent of Basic and how forgiving it is. But, you know, it's, oh, I need that up here. So that was my transition. So yes, my first game was actually written in Lua with an older game engine, which I don't even know if they're still around. That's kind of funny. Let's see. Stone Trip. You know what? I don't even know. I'm Googling it here. Shiva game engine. Oh, it's still alive. There you go. So, yeah, so this is what I did my very first game in. Before I of course, Pokémon Bob, I rewrote and redid it in Unity years later. But I'm just curious, gallery, if they still show Pokémon Bob in here. It was here for a while, but nope, they finally booted it. So, yeah, it's very easy. Yeah, I switched from UE4 last night to Lua. Oh, nice. I get more enjoyment out of writing code than blueprints. I believe that. Yeah, and I think it was still. I think Lua's fine in terms of the strength of it. Because I was able to make my first game with no problem. And if it all compiles down to the same kind of stuff, I don't think it's as much of an issue of saying, well, yeah, but you don't get the performance, blah blah blah. I don't think that's going to be your bottleneck. Honestly, I do not think that will be the issue. So yeah, man, good on you. I enjoyed working on Lua. If I could have hung on to it and moved over to Unity, I think I would have. But yep, I made the progression. Like I said, from Lua to Unity script, and then Unity killed Unity script, so now I'm in C# land reluctantly, because there's just so much that I don't, I don't know everything about C#. Okay. There's a lot I don't know about C#. So there's a ton of things that I do that I see other people do. It's kind of like, oh crap, that's the way I'm supposed to do that. Good to know. All right. Oh yeah, I do want to do that. Let's see. The main issue with UE4 was that even if the game consisted of nothing, it lagged. Oh, that sucks. It kind of bothered me with the build times as well. So that's the blueprint that's causing those lags? And then if you switch to actual scripting like Lua, then you don't have that? There's actually a guy I know from the old Blitz Basic days, named Jason, that created his own game editor that is available on Steam. That is all Lua based as well too, and I think he's still doing pretty well with it. He's put it up there for a few years, and I think it's still going strong. And that one he sells for I think it's like $100-$150. All Unreal games are a lot more demanding than any other game, practically. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I mean, just the eye candy, man, is just, yeah, I'm not surprised about that at all. I mean, it looks beautiful. All right. So, I'll put this up here. Launcher found equals true. Yeah. And, yeah, and I said it before, but, if I was starting out, and excuse me, I have not invested the time to look at, to learn any of the languages, then I would probably look at, oh wait, actually wait a second. I clarify that for me, because I thought UE4 was only C++. You can actually do Lua now in UE4? Is that something new, or is that something I was just not aware of? Because, I mean, that makes it, to me, a lot more accessible. No. 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 Oh, no. Unreal only has blueprints and C++. Okay, so then explain the connection with Lua. Is that excuse me, are you doing your own thing now, or are you using a different game engine that supports Lua? Alright. C++ is, well, I would say is like the hardest language to learn. Yeah. Well, maybe right underneath assembly language, maybe. But yeah, I think C++ definitely has a challenge to it for sure. If not, launcher found. Then we'll come here and we'll return. Actually, I'm not going to do a 0. Now I'm going to do a real value here. So I'm going to say new vector, and then I'm going to say -1, and then I could just do 0. So the negative, you know what? I'll do -1 in both just because I can. So the -1 will be my flag. Wait, why are you still complaining? Ah, that's annoying. Alright, well, oh man. You know what? Okay, fine. I'll do it this way. I'll just have the value stored. How about that? I use Love 2D now. Love 2D. I've never heard of that one. Seriously, dude. That's a new one on me. I went from 3D to 2D, but I don't mind. I think there is also Love 3D. All right, now you got me curious, dude. I gotta check this out. Love 2Ds. Sorry for like the shiny keys, but I'm always curious when new game engines come out, man. I'm always curious to see what's out there. Open source. Wow. Check it out, man. Function love draw. Sweet. Oh, look at this. What looks pretty here? Ian of Sands. Nice. Oh, wow. Looks like a nice throwback. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah. Yeah, and if it runs well, can it develop to all platforms? Let's see. You can download it there. Other downloads. APK. Yeah. Wait. As in, you can edit using Android or iOS, or is that just a player for it? I'm curious. Linux, Mac, and Windows. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's a good start, too. I mean, yeah, if you want to avoid mobile, which part of me wishes I had, you know, and just gone to desktop over the years, excuse me, then that actually looks like a fine choice, dude. That's cool. Okay, I'd never heard of Love 2D. I will definitely add it to my list, especially considering it's open source. And if you're going to give it a thumbs up, then I'll do a little digging, and I'll start putting on my list of recommended game engines. Because I always I do the usual, you know, suspects, you know, in terms of when people ask me what a good thing is to start out with. But it supports, like every platform. It's great. Nice, man. Okay, dude. I like it. Love2D.org. That's very cool, man. Alright, so because it's forcing me to do a value here, and it doesn't trust that any one of these is going to get hit, so fine, I'll do it this way. I'll say new vector 2 launcher, let me do this lowercase, launcher result. In that case, I don't need the launcher found crap. Alright. So then launcher found's going away. So these guys are all going to disappear. I'm going to change this into... So what I'll do is I'll just find a value. And by default, I'll say is equal to new vector 2. Same thing I was doing down here, which I was just trying to return the -1. But it doesn't believe that I'm ever going to return one of these. So it knows that'll error out. So if I give it a value here, like that, new vector 2 equals, oh, whoops, there he goes. Now it's going to be happy. Good. So then, instead of actually returning the value here, I'll save that value. So I'll just say launcher result will be equaled. Oh man, my keyboard, dude. I got the I got one of those KMV things, and ever since I got my new box, man, it wigs out sometimes. You see that? I just pressed it once and it gave me like 6 little equal signs. I mean, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it always annoys me. Alright, so launcher result is going to be equal to a new vector 2, and that value will be 1, comma, and there'll be this guy. Status 1, launcher. Alright. And we'll just go down the line and do this for all these guys. So there, rather than return the value, I'll just feed it a value, and then get to the bottom and feed that back. Just like this. Last one. Launcher 3, there. And then now I just say here, go return, and that's not a new value. We're actually going to say return the launcher result. There. I bought a new keyboard yesterday. Should be here in a few days. Can't wait since it's mechanical. Oh wow. Yeah. For me, I found this on like Amazon. Here, if I can bring it up here. Yeah, in Azio. I got it for like, that was dirt cheap, like 25 bucks, I think. The things I like about it is, number one, the keys illuminate. Number two, the actual letters on the keys are large, because I'm getting old and I'm getting too stubborn to actually wear my stupid reading glasses. So the larger keys actually help me. So, you know, it's not fancy. I mean, it doesn't, like, you know, the lights don't like fluctuate, no, do all that kind of fun stuff, but it was cheap and it works. Backlit keyboard is essential for night coding. Absolutely. Although I don't, you know, I've worked in a ton of visual effects houses where, you know, especially one called Digital Domain, where it was in Venice, California. And Venice, I mean, it always felt like it was always sunny, right? And it was funny because you'd walk into, I worked in the commercial side, right? And you'd walk in and the door would close behind you, and you would literally, it was so dark in there, you'd literally have to just stand still for a second and give yourself 30 seconds for your eyes to adjust, you know? So, so I've been in the situations where it's just like, you know, it's like super dark except for the screen, but for whatever reason, I tend to like illuminate my room more than I used to. My new keyboard has a bunch of variations, which is great. That's cool. Yeah. I love, yeah, this one, I'm totally in love with this thing. I hope it hangs in there for a long time. I mean, my two favorite things, it does exactly what I need, and it was stupid cheap, so that's my combo right there, man. That's how you sell me on it. All right, so in theory, now that I have this guy down at the bottom, it's going to return a value always. Now this is, there he goes, it's not complaining anymore. And then I can kill that since we're not doing that approach. And then clean this up since I don't need these guys anymore. Double check my math, make sure I didn't screw up my copy paste stuff, which I do all the time. Good. All right, so this is going to be a fine functioning little function now. The only thing is, if it isn't shipped today, I have to wait till Monday or even later for it to be shipped. Oh, that sucks. I hate that, man. Yeah, it's like the old Coyote Roadrunner thing. It's funny, I used to watch those as a kid, and I would always laugh so hard. The Coyote would like put the envelope in the box and just sit there. And like fold his arms and tap his foot, you know, and then like 5 seconds later the guy drives up and hands it to him. And it's funny that we're getting close to that, you know, when you have like, you know, Amazon same day delivery, or just like, you know, you order it and like a couple hours later, boom, you get the knock at the door. Oh, sorry, my security system is going off there. Probably won't get it until late next week. That sucks. Yeah, I know that is, man, especially when you're like jonesing for it and it's just like, I want to play with this thing, right? And it just doesn't show up in time. All right, so this is cool. So now this is find the locked launcher, and then so let's come back up here. So I'm gonna grab this guy. So if we're saying launcher, I'm gonna say, space this out, vector2, oops, capitalize that. We'll call this launcher search. Why not? That kind of conveys everything, right? Okay, so launcher search is equal to this guy. And he should be happy now. Yes, he is. All right, so then now once we get the response, we go if find locked. Find locked launcher X is equal to -1, then we'll know that there's nothing available for you to unlock under launchers, and then we'll have to go back and search for either an icon or villager. Now, I guess if I was doing that, I'll be kind and then kind of backtrack, right? So, oh, sorry, that's wrong thing, didn't it? Okay, that's good. Now it likes that. So if it didn't find a launcher, then we need to go search for, so we'll say it's like icon is the smallest item, villager would be the next, and then launcher. So then we'll backtrack. So no launcher, then let's go see if we can find our player a villager. All right, so I'm gonna keep this close by, use this as my template now. So same thing, let's go vector2, I cannot spell, vector2, and we'll say find locked villager. All right, and let's go search, and we'll see if there's any villagers that the player has not yet unlocked. And actually, I can borrow a lot of this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna be a bad boy. Wait. Yeah, I'll do it this way. I know when I do copy paste, I always screw it up and it bites me, but I think it's still going to be faster, just as long as I pay attention and get everything cleaned up. This will work okay. Alright, so first thing we need to change is selected island is good. We don't need launcher status, we need villager status. So this will grab from our stored values, which came from the server originally. So I get the server value and I store it in the player prefs using crypto. So at least in theory, it's encrypted a little bit. Makes it a little harder for people to screw with it. So villager status, and then that gets broken down. Now that we need to check because villagers, it's gonna be 6, I think. Icon. Let me check real quick. Launcher, villager locks. So yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's gonna be 6. So this is gonna change from 5 to 6. There it goes. Because there's 6 items in that one, of course. So, all right. Victor, we'll change this. Villager result equals, and we give it a default value. Villager status is equal to 1. Yep. Okay. Yeah. And change this to villager response. Villager result. Hey, Walking Talking Stephen Hawking is back. How's it going, buddy? Welcome back, man. I had your stream open, so I hope to get here early, and I messed up. That's all right, man. You haven't missed too much. I'm just delving into the code. I'm not sure when you were hanging out last, but I'm literally on the last task before I send out the beta for you guys to play with. Did you stream on Monday and Wednesday? Yes, I did. Dude, I have not missed a day yet on my schedule. Even when I had to go to LA to do my freelance work, right? And I was doing like the nighttime shifts just so I could stream for you guys. Yes. You know, I've been doing this since October and I've not missed it. You missed it. Yeah. Unless it just didn't send out. Do you have like the notification turned on where it tells you, hey, I'm here? Yep, I'm afraid you did. But, I mean, you can always... time zones are a bitch. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I do have notifications. Okay. Well, no worries, man. Yeah, you missed... Let's see, Monday was... Okay, Wednesday, and I was just kind of plowing through all the different stuff. Let's see, I think what it was just... Can I do this without it airing out? I don't think I saved anything recently. See if this crashes and burns or lets me run. Maybe. It's thinking about it. Yeah, we're good. All right. Fletcher King, my car alarm goes off when you start streaming. That's funny, man. That's good. All right. So, yeah, I was working on setting up the icons, right, and getting all that crap, dialed in and working, right? And then setting up all the messages and code. So that was, I think, mostly on Monday. And then some of that bled into Wednesday. But, yeah, Fletcher King, that's very funny, man. So I got all that set up, all the code working on that. And then I started working on the actual unlock cards, right? Which is the final component, right? So the way it works, as I mentioned, is you play random matches, and periodically you win randomly these unlock cards. And when you get enough, then either a new icon, a new villager, or a new launcher is unlocked, and you can go fetch it and unlock it. So, and what I was working on Wednesday, if you guys just joined in, I'll show you the previous version I was doing on Wednesday had a lot in terms of, it needed some loving. It was ugly. But this is what I got now. So this would be like with the icon message. If you win a new icon card, it'll look like this. And then, of course, whichever villager, the icon you're winning, that'll pop up here. So nice and clean, right? The one I was doing on Wednesday had way too much information. I just had to clean that up. So this is nice and simple. It'll pop up, and then this number after a second will go away and then update to the next number. Right, and if it goes to 0, then it actually disappears, and then it slides into place and says now unlocked. So that was it. That was the key thing. I finished this up after my broadcast on Wednesday, so that was basically yesterday, along with fixing some more some little tweaks and bugs that I found here and there that I wanted to address. I got all that kind of stuff cleaned up nicely, but yeah. So that's it, man. So as soon as I get these little random cards, as soon as I get the code dialed in, which is what I'm trying to tackle now, I will feel confident about sending it out for you guys to play with. Also, I want your feedback from you guys. In case you missed it, what I'm thinking about doing is kicking out the Android version, of course, right, as soon as possible, right? So hopefully this weekend, if everything goes well, if I get this stuff dialed in, maybe the beginning of next week, depending on how long this takes to dial in. But I'll send out the Android version to Google Play so you guys can start playing the beta version. But I'm also thinking about doing a PC build while I'm still trying to get the iOS version out the door so you guys can actually play it. Now, the only catch with that, if I do send out a PC version, is that you literally have no way to either buy coins or earn coins by watching videos because PC, I don't have that option. Those are only designed for mobile. So if you run out of coins, you would literally have to like hit me up on Discord and say, dude, could you like give me more coins? And then I would just go into my little database here in Kombu, right? And then change your value so you suddenly have more coins. But it'd be cumbersome, but it'd allow everyone else to give it a try, you know, using the PC version, you know, until, just to tide you over until I get the iOS version out. And hopefully if you have either Android or iOS, you'll be able to download at that point. But yeah, you guys can offer your thoughts if you think that's worth the effort, or if I should just hunker down and get the iOS out the door and let you guys start giving me feedback on that. So yeah, let me know if you want. So launcher status, this needs to change to villager status. Update this guy. Here, and then launch result goes to villagers. There. You should have a channel on Discord for beta testing. Great idea, man. Great idea. I will put that on my to-do list for sure. Discord. Add beta channel. Sweet. iOS out the door. Okay, there we got to vote for that. Unless you don't mind that feedback in the Volley Village. You know, I don't mind that. There's nothing wrong. I don't. Excuse me. I'm not too worried about the Volley Village getting cluttered. To-do list item. No, dude. Check it out, man. Here's my to-do list. Right. I mean, the Discord thing is going to be like a 2-second thing, so that doesn't even count. No, literally, set up random unlock cars to unlock the villagers. Okay, technically, villagers, icons, and launchers. There you go, man. And launchers. There, I want to be, like, exact. So, no, this is literally, oh, man, literally the last item, as far as I know, that I need to get dialed in before I can just toss this stupid thing out the door for you guys. So, yeah. No, but Neo Tokyo, dude, welcome, by the way. Good to see you again, man. And Canadian Sean, good to see you as well, guys. No, I think, actually, that is a fine idea. There's no reason not to have a beta because all games will have that time frame. So, you know, it would be nice to have that in that channel. So in case there's something beta-wise that you're looking for, you don't go looking in the full channel when it may be something that's only related to the beta version. So, no, you're absolutely right, dude. I will add a beta version, for sure. Alright, so let me finish this up. Villager status 3. I'm going to say this guy needs to update. So I'm just recycling my launcher code that I did a second ago and changing this to villagers. Villager result. And then... oops, mistyped. Villager result. There. Alright, so I need to expand this too because the launcher only has 3 possibilities. And then, of course, the villager, there's 4. So I need to add one more here, like this. And I know this is ugly to have all these if-then-else, but it's I don't know. It is what it is. It's a one-off. It's not like it runs every game cycle. This is just a one-off while it finds the proper one. All right. So let me say, grab this and do the final one, which would be 4, of course. So change all these 3s to 4. 4. For our island, that's fine. 4, villager status. There. So that should actually fix villager. Alright, so we come back up here. I'm just going to search for it. And then... Okay. So if he's -1, that means it couldn't find a launcher. So then we're going to go look for a villager to offer up as a reward. Find villager launcher. Okay. Oh, sorry. Nope, that's not even close to correct, is it? Find locked villager. Now it's going to be happy. Alright. And then kind of the same thing. You know what? I don't know if I should bother coming up with a different term. You know what? I'll just leave it. Even though technically it's a villager, not a launcher. But I already have this vector 2 established. So even though the terminology is incorrect, I'll still use it. Just rather than create another vector 2 variable. It makes the legibility not as good, but it's already established. So there it is. So if the launcher is equal to -1, then, okay, we looked for launcher, couldn't find launcher. We're going to look for a villager, didn't find a villager. So now we actually have to just resort to finding an icon. So let's just see if we can actually find an icon instead. Now this one's going to suck. This one I'm not going to use the if then else because the icons can be literally 20 different potential icons if you have all the villagers unlocked. Oh crap, that means I actually got to check too. You know what? Ooh, okay. Yeah, the finding a icon is going to be messy. So this is going to take a minute. It's going to get ugly, I think. But we'll throw it down here. All right. So we'll find locked icon. Is this coded in C#? Yes, I am using C#. And this time now with Unity, this is pretty much your only choice now. Since they did away with Unity script, they've completely sunsetted it. As a matter of fact, in the newest versions of, I think, 2018, maybe 2018 too, if you try and load a Unity script in a Unity 2018, it just pukes on you and goes, wait, what is this? What is this? Like a baby's toy. Get this Unity script out of here. So yes, I've had to resort to using C# poorly, but at least it kind of works. And that's all that really matters, right? So I'm going to put this down here temporarily, just as a placeholder. Okay. So, as I was saying, this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. Because with the icons and the, with the villagers and the launchers, I'm only looking at the currently unlocked island, right? And that means that you only have a couple of choices, right? There's only these 4 characters that's possible, right? And then for launchers, there's only these 3 possible characters that you can unlock, right? And that's it. But now if we fall back to the icons, this is going to get ugly. Because now you have basically, boom, all this stuff, right? And I think what I'm going to do is just work my way through, right? As I was saying, I'm going to do the same thing with this, right? I'm not going to randomly, like, ping pong between the different villagers. I'm just going to systematically start with this one, and then go into this one, and this one, and this one. So I think I'll actually do... you know what? I don't know. Should I just go all the way across? I guess so, because nothing else, that kind of shows a progression for anyone that sees the icon that pays attention. If they have this icon unlocked, that means that, hey, look at that. They've actually gotten far enough that they've unlocked all 4 of those. So, you know, and rather than trying to randomly ping pong between them, I think I'll just go across. We have daily game login rewards. Yeah, I have, and get a reward. Well, I have this. If you want free coins, I give you free coins every hour. So, you know, there. So that works. You know, that works even on the PC side. But if you try and watch a video on a PC, it goes, oh, no, no. If you want to go to the reward offer wall, not on a PC. But, so yeah, that does, you know, hourly coin bonus. And then once again, you hit that, it goes, yeah, I told you there's no videos on PC, dummy. Excuse me. So I do have this. I may, once the game is out the door, and if, you know, the game has any traction, I may come back and start offering sort of like daily mission sort of things. Your coding amazes me. What, the fact that it actually runs? Is that a, like, Dude, I can't believe, how did you just drive through a crowd of 5,000 people and not run over everyone kind of thing? If it's done in a sarcastic fashion, I understand, because I'm not a trained coder. But I can never ever do this. Well, thank you. Okay. Well, thanks. In that case, I appreciate the compliment. As I said, so you do have this option, right? I do reward you every hour with free coins. And then these will be options as well. But in terms of having like a daily mission kind of thing, I would love to put that in, but that'll be post initial release. I will not do that in this version just because I had to draw a line somewhere, right? There's still lots of little bonuses I would love to put in the game. You can't just put the time in. No, I totally agree. I can't code though. Oh no, you're saying you can? Oh yeah, no, absolutely, dude. I can't code though. I watched 2 4-hour tutorials on Java and C++, and I learned nothing. But normal languages I can learn quite easily for some reason. Yeah, and for me, so as I said, I've never taken any classes, with the exception of a high school class, as I told you before. I had a Pascal class on an Apple IIc in 1986. So if you want to count that as formal software programming, I don't think so, because it was the first time I was ever taught, and our math teacher didn't even know code either. So, but I have been dabbling. I mean, ever since like Compute magazines came out, and my buddy had a VIC-20, and we would like type in all the code in the magazines, and the code would always have typos in it. So invariably, you would have to sort of like reverse engineer. So I've dabbled in code for all these years, but I've not like jumped in with both feet up until about 12 years ago, that I just really devoted myself to doing this stuff. So yeah, this is 12 years worth of evolutionary learning programming on the fly, right? The curse of the coder. We never want to release our product because we always want to add new features. Exactly. And it kills me, dude. I mean, there's 10 things that I already want to put in the game, right? But the person in me that's saying, look, dude, you've spent 3 years on this stupid thing, get out the door now, and then add those things post-launch. And that's where I'm at now. And that voice finally won out. And this is why I literally have just this one thing that I'm working on now is the remaining item, right? And then I'm going to throw it out for you guys so you can start playing with it. How do you know what to write? Please tell me as much in depth as you can on the next line you write. Wow. Okay. I'll try. Okay. True. Yeah. Thank God for post-release patches. Amen, dude. Yeah, this is not the old days. This is not where you send out the floppies, right? Or you burn the you burn the cartridge and you're done. Yeah, at least you can do updates that, for most people, if you have updates turned on, all the updates happen like on the fly. All right, so here's what I have to figure out. As I was just mentioning, the fact that I need to go through and figure out which icon is next available for unlocking. So I have this, and then if we look up here, I'll just borrow my code, and then so this villager status. So I'm going to borrow this line of code. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up an array, right? And what I need to do is go to my server, and then find the values for all of the icons, right? The status of them all. So if we look here, what I need to do is try and find out all these guys. Now these guys I ignore because by default when you unlock a character you get this first icon for free. So I don't care about these guys. But what I need to do is focus on these 20, right? And just starting with him and working my way through, I need to find out which is the next one that I can unlock, right? And then just I'll work my way down. And if we reach this character and I haven't found one to unlock and then she hasn't been unlocked, then there's literally nothing I can offer, right? So so that's it. That's what I'm trying to handle right now. And the way I do that is I come in here and then I believe it's icon status. I think that's correct. So I'm gonna just do a hack by going like this and see if this pops up. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Uh-oh. Let me find out the proper terminology I used for that. Villager status. Original selected villagers. Let's see. Someone's not distracted with chat enough. Below the Stone Dev is here. What? Just because I was like wreaking havoc on yours last night? Come on, man. Really like the art tab or outsourced? No. No. Actually, this is me. I say this too many times, and I'm sorry, but I'm 85% artist, 15% programmer. So what you see, all the art here is me, with the caveat that the character designs. I designed some characters originally, and I wasn't really happy with them, so I went back and to a very talented artist I know named Daniel Thomas, and paid him to actually do better character designs. Didn't have enough cash to actually get him to model all the characters for me, unfortunately, so I went in and actually built the characters off of his 2D art designs, which are just fantastic. The man is scary talented, and I look forward to having enough cash where I can just hire him like full-time for all my games. But aside from that, oh, sorry, my dog, my security alert system. But yeah, for everything else, though, it's pretty much me, just plugging away. Yes, I'm a unicorn developer. I wish I could do art and get into programming later. I'm vice versa, and the art stuff is difficult. Yeah, you know what? And I mean, maybe I'm speaking selfishly, but I think it's easier, and you guys can tell me if you think I'm totally off base. I think it's easier for an artist to learn coding than it is for a coder to learn art, because art is kind of subjective, and coding is literal, right? X equals 2 means that X always equals 2. So there's a logic to it, which you can, once you wrap your head around it, it's tangible, right? But with art, it's so much more subjective. So I think it's, yeah, you agree. Yeah. So, I mean, anyone that says that I'm a programmer and, I can't tackle art, I say, dude, I understand, man. Art requires talent. Code is just logic. You know what? And I'm sorry, but Canadian Sean, I'll disagree with you. I think that a really good coding requires talent too, right? I am a hack coder. I mean, absolute hack coder, right? The stuff I do works, but there's so much stuff that I could do much more elegantly, right? Oh, LOL. Hey, LOL. Welcome, buddy. Sure, basic code, but not real code. Yeah, exactly. So we're on the same page on that one, And I am basic code, right? It's kind of fun because if you look, I'm improving over the years, right? There'll be something else I come across, and it's kind of like, oh crap, I got to start integrating that. You're right. Yeah. So what I do is fine, but it's one of those things that it's, to use an analogy, right? I can always make a left turn, right? But in order to do that, for me, because my coding is primitive, I have to go right, and then now I'm going a left turn. If I could just go left turn, it would be more efficient and probably better, right? I can get to that same position, but I have to take a circuitous route just because my coding skills are only, to a certain extent. You can have a messy code and still get a game going, whereas messy art just makes it look unappealing unless people will pick it up. This from a guy that does some great-looking art on his own, too, man. Yeah, I was hanging out on Below the Stone Dev's stream last night, man. That's some really nice... what is a unicorn dev? I think that's one of these freaky individuals that I've always been kind of a right brain, left brain sort of guy. I've always been art guy. I've always been doodling, right? Part of the reason why I was such a terrible student is because I was drawing all the time. But I'm also fascinated by the logic side of code. So, you're welcome, man. You earned it. You absolutely earned it. Even if you can't make a log with two sides visible at the same time that makes sense, just because that's impossible, that's no excuse, man. The pinnacle of art style. Hey, you know what? That's in, man. As long as as long as that kind of style stays in fashion, you're gonna do gangbusters for sure. So I think that's traditionally what a unicorn dev is referred to. It's just someone that can sort of like handle both sides of the fence on that. And the ones that are amazing are the ones that are these gifted artists that can also do amazing coding as well. And I mean, those are extremely rare. So I mean, traditionally you kind of favor one side over the other. And for me, I'm definitely heavier on the art side. But just enough, like I said. I say just enough. Oh, there it is. Icon status. I thought I had that right. Oh, because I'm not actually saving it anywhere? That's interesting. Okay, well, let's do that right now. Original. Icon status. I'm going to store this as well. You know what? No, I'll be a good boy. So I have two different sources for my data, right? One is the combo manager, which comes off of the server, and then when the character gets loaded, the player gets loaded, all the server data gets stored in crypto player preferences. But if I want to be a better, smarter person, I will actually pull my data straight out of the combo manager data, which I know is totally fresh. My biggest concern, and I may have done this, I'll have to go back and double check over time, is since I am relying heavily on my crypto player preferences, the locally stored data, I have to make sure that all that data is truly up to date. That could really bite me at some point. So that's, because it's all over the place, I don't really have a simple way of checking that, but I'll have to find out over time if I've missed something. Alright, so he's all good. So then what I'm going to be trying to actually do is not him, so I'm not going to rely on my crypto player preferences, but rather my combo manager, which is my server data. I'm going to leave the stream on. Got to jump off for a tiny bit. Want to make sure you get that +1 view count. Below the stone. Dude, thank you, man. I appreciate you leaving it. And I'll be here, man. I'll be here for at least a few more hours, so come back if you can. I'll be plugging away. Okay. So then we need to take this, and this comes in as an object. Kind of an annoying thing, but so this would be a string. So let me switch this to toString. All right, once that's done. All right, so are you happy yet? Or wait, why are you still not happy? Look, oh, because I already did it before. Fine, look. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just putting this in the wrong place, aren't I? That's cool. No big deal there. All right. So hopefully you won't get too distracted. Since yeah. No, dude. Turnabout's fair play, man. I was wreaking havoc on yours, distracting you as much as I can. So that's good. So duck away, and I can try and be slightly productive. All right. So going back to let's see. Was it is it G4 that was asking for detailed breakdown? So this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to grab the status of all those icons, as I just showed you. So I'm grabbing it from the server data, right? And then I take the server data, which is the icon status, which is just a string array, and then it actually comes in as an object. So I have to take that object and convert it to a string, right? And then I take that string and I split it up into a divided up array, right? And then I was getting grief before about not using split. I'm using split now, which of course is a smarter move, of course. So I'm using split now. So once again, the evolving programmer, that's me, right? I'm using split like a good boy. So with one line, I'm taking all of that data and throwing it in the string array, right? So now I have all of the icon status from the server right there in this array. So now I can try and track down and find out if there is any icons that are still unlockable. So what I need to do now is actually go through them all. Let's see, how should I do this? Oh, but then I have to find out the... okay, I'll start with the first one. Alright, so we'll say... for int I is equal to 0, that's not an I, that's a 1. I is equal to 0. I is less than, villagers are 5, but it's actually 4. Say I plus plus. Alright, so I'm going to create a for loop that'll go through all 4 of the icons and see if any of those are actually available. So we'll say if yeah, let me just plow into this. So I say if int parse our island, that's 0, 1. Okay, actually I need to start this on 1, 2, 3. So 0 we ignore, 1 is the first one, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to say I. Alright. If that... Alright, why do you hate this? What did I botch up here? Oh, that one. Okay, good. So now we say if this guy is less than 0, if it's a negative number, that means that there's still cards that can be unlocked for this character, or this icon rather. When ECS is released, do you think you will refactor your code to work with that? No, absolutely not. 2 things. Number 1. Unity has a history of jumping on the bandwagon of certain things and abandoning it every play, UNet. So I'm going to wait until I fully believe that Unity is truly behind ECS. And most likely what I would end up doing is my future projects. I would start clean. But to go back to an existing project and try and take what is spaghetti code, I mean, especially my older projects. Oh my god. To take one of those older ones and try and adapt that into ECS, no, I don't think I want that headache. So, short answer, not for my existing projects. For those that don't know, ECS is a sort of like a new process where all of your variables go in one script, all of your object data goes in another set of scripts, and then another set of scripts actually modifies the data of the other two, and it's a brilliant kind of structure. And the potential performances, because it knows where everything is, really makes this stuff like profound. It's one of those things where you can have like tons of characters right on screen and just have stellar performance. But that's, once again, everything is still now in the theoretical stage, at least in terms of Unity. So until they actually swear that they're going full ECS and, will not abandon it, yeah, I'm not about to touch it. I'm not. I'm going to have to steer clear for a while. Okay, so let's see. What am I missing here? Because this is not happy at the moment. So, alright, let me just see if this is the culprit. So I'll just give a value of like 2. Oh, I gotta imparse. What is that? What is that all about? String array is a string. So, it needs to be on this side of it. And then this one goes away. There it is. We're good. Alright. So then I'm grabbing that string array, I'm finding the proper value, and if it is a negative number, that means that he has not fully unlocked that one yet. So, we'll say int icon found equals -1. So -1 indicates that we have not found any viable icon yet. But in this case, we'll say it is. Oh, but I need that to be because it's going to be the villager and the icon. So I'm going to change this from an int to a vector 2. Alright, so icon found equals new vector 2. I'm going to say -1, -1. So that's going to be our flag. -1 in here means that we have not found anything yet. The chiptune music today, yeah, is it more tangible? Was it Popsky, I think is his name? It is a Twitch-friendly music stream, so I don't get my audio muted on the rebroadcasts. But yeah, I like the chiptune stuff. Although I have it on my end is dialed down, so I'm not sure if you guys are. You can tell me if the music is a little loud compared to my voice, and I will adjust accordingly. But yeah, it's like I'm in 8-bit land here. All right, so if that's good, then we're gonna say icon found is equal to new vector 2. All right, so then we need this to be music is good volume. Cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for the heads up. All right, so the we need to be which villager it is. And in this case, we're actually starting with... Yeah, this is going to be hard-coded, so I know that will always be 0 because I'm starting with the first row of icons. Yeah, I'll just do it that way. I could do like a larger loop that recycles this through all the different villagers, but I think I'm just... Because there's only 5, I may just do this step, so it'll be easier to break the loop. Yeah, it may be kind of convoluted, but I'll explain that better in a second here. Alright, so the icon is found there. Alright, so then if... And then I can break this, right? I believe. If you like chiptune, I'll share some of my favorite artists in the Discord. Sweet, dude. Yeah, as long as... yeah, as I said, as long as, whatchamacallit, Twitch doesn't have an issue with it, then I'm happy to play it. Otherwise, yeah, I'll listen to it on my own. Although, if I'm listening to my own music, I'm usually listening to what I love to classify as geriatric rock, because I am an older individual, so I like myself some classic old rock tunes. But, yeah, send them on to me, man, for sure. I'll take a listen. Okay. Alright, so... Alright, so then we say if... Or you're not happy yet. What bands? Oh, geez, man. You can go through the whole... This could be a super long diatribe. I mean, you know, obviously Beatles, Eagles, Floyd. I was born and raised in the South, so, you know, I'm also, you know, some old school Leonard Skinner, Miley Hatchet, that kind of stuff as well. You know, so yeah, any like rock bands from that era. And then of course I grew up in the 80s, so I am a big fan of 81 hit wonders as well, right? But and there's a couple of bands I like that are a little more modern day, but yeah, if you listen to the majority of my collection, it is definitely, to put it politely, dated, I'd say. All right, so then we say if icon found x is equal to -1, then that would signify the fact that we have not found our usable icon yet, so we'll have to keep searching. In that case, I'll just borrow this loop and then version up. No Skrillex! Oh, no. To paraphrase, what is it? The old Bruce Willis movie, The Last Boy Scout. Yeah, when the bad guy has Bruce Willis tied down to a chair, and the bad guy looks him in the face, and he goes, and I'll change the line here. The bad guy goes, "I want to hear you scream." And then Bruce Willis looks at him, and he goes, "Yeah? When play some Skrillex." Now, I think in the movie he said, play some rap, but there you go. I did a little tweak in there. Yeah. No, I like, you know, for like more modern bands. At this point, I guess call them modern is not fair too, because they're definitely dated. But I like Green Day. I like OK Go and Foo Fighters. You know, for some, but once again, calling them modern bands is definitely a misnomer, since most of those guys are 10, 15 plus years old now, anyways. So even my modern music is old. You know, but I mean, at least I do listen to some of that. You know, yeah. At least I try. All right, so now we gotta come through here, and then we're gonna go ahead and so let's see. Yeah, I'm still hip. Thank you for not putting "still hip" in air quotes, or in quotes, man. I do appreciate that. All right. So the icons, let's see. We have 5, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it'd be so it's gonna be +5 because we need to push down to the next batch. I think that is gonna be correct. Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave it that way, because I was gonna say I could actually embed that into the loop here, but I don't want that. I want this to remain the 1 to 5 because I'm gonna send back this value. That's cleaner. I could do something where I just added this value into here and just drop it as a 1, but no, I'm gonna leave this like this. I think this would be much cleaner. In this case, I go 1, so this will signify this is the first villager's set of icons, and this would be the second villager's set of icons. and then this one will indicate which icon in his group is the correct one. So I will leave that like that, and that should be okay. There you go. And then I'm just gonna borrow this code again. Now this is what I was talking about. I mean, I could do like a whole external loop and run this multiple times, but it's only 5 times. So this is not as pretty, you know, but it'll work okay. I could do something where like a while loop on outside of the X loop, and then feed that this value and change that for each iteration. But yeah, this is good enough. Let's see. So that should be correct. All right. Let me make sure. So we got 1, 2, 3. Now just do this 4, 5. So that'll be all 5 villagers. Yeah, and so a real coder will look at that and cringe and kind of go, dude, just make this one stupid loop with an external on top of it. But at least this way, if something goes wrong, I know exactly where to look. So that should be, yeah, so it's 5, 10, 15. And then change this to 3. So this guy, of course, would be 20. And then the final villager, which would be 4. There. I'm very eclectic with music, but psychedelic hard rock, metal, classical, and folk music are probably my favorite. Dude, that is eclectic. That is truly eclectic, man. That's all over. That's cool. But yeah, normally in my day-to-day life, I do not listen to chiptunes all day. But yeah, I was listening to some of the stuff I like originally, and then when I learned the hard way that doing that means that all your audio gets muted on the replays, that's when I went, okay, fine. Time to find some chiptune music that Twitch will not complain about. Okay, so that should bring us everybody for the villagers. I could test this, actually. That's not a terrible idea. Before I even try and implement it properly. So yeah, I think that's cool. All right, you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna do my first restroom break here. But yeah, the teenagers sound like watered down versions of bands. I do like. I tend to neglect. Yep, I'm with you on that. All right, thanks guys. Hang tight. I'm just gonna do a quick restroom break and be right back. All right, hang tight. All right, much better. Actually, I'm gonna fill my drink up here real quick. So yeah, I mean, as I was talking about, I'll do a quick rundown here in case there's someone that's coming along that has not seen the game before. I'll give you a quick idea. Thank you. Welcome back. Yeah, it was a quick break. So yeah, so sorry for the repeat for anyone that's seen this 20 million times, but for anyone that's just come along, so the game is called Volley Village. And it is going to be a game for, at least initially, it's going to be mobile, iPhone and Android, and it has local play as well as online multiplayer, cross-platform. So it doesn't matter what device you're on, you'll be able to play anyone else. It's sort of an Angry Birds meets Battleship. I say Angry Birds because the targeting system works kind of like Angry Birds. Drag your finger back to target, and the objective here is you're actually going after the bouncing buildings, right? So the bouncing buildings actually power the force field. So if you drop all the bouncing buildings, force field goes down, hit the catapult, and it's game over. And then he's going after this. Oh, he almost hit it. So these little crates that pop up are random power-ups, and whoever hits it, oh, and I missed, scores it for 15 seconds. I got it this time. There. Now I put him to sleep. So for 15 seconds, my opponent has to just sit there and watch me wail away on him. He can do nothing, right? So there is the stop sign, which puts him to sleep, as you just saw. There's a green arrow, which makes your guys go twice as fast, and there's a cloud, which covers your buildings in a bank of fog. So that is the idea. And then you can see my opponent sent out villagers to repair buildings, which I can do as well, but the catch is when you send guys out, that means you have fewer guys left on your catapult, so reload times will take much, much longer. Obscriptor, hey, how's it going, man? How's it going? Yeah, all is good here, man. I'm just showing off the game again, just for anyone that came along for the first time. Give a quick rundown. And there you go, and it's game over like that. Boom. So the other items you see, like the corn, the hay, and the shield, those come into online matches. You're tired as FK. Well, welcome, man. Thanks for hanging out, even if you're tired. So when you play online matches, the more stuff you destroy, the more coins you win. So that's where these other secondary items come into play. Excuse me. There's also an editor, so that's why I say it's sort of like Angry Birds meets Battleship. So you can actually come into the editor and drop the buildings wherever you want, right? I'm just hitting randomize, but if you want to do it, you can do it by hand. You just put everything in place just like that. Get the perfect layout, right? Once you get a nice little layout, hit save, hit a slot, and there, you're done. So you can actually do 5 different layouts too. You start with the basic characters. You start with a little warrior character, and you can unlock these additional characters. And it's much more a cosmetic thing. It's not actually a gameplay change at all. You can see there's a slight variance in the performance, but it's super minor. So it's not one of those things that you can unlock the tough guy, and suddenly you're like 10 times better. It doesn't work that way. But so you can unlock these guys. These are your villagers, and you can also unlock your launchers, right? And change out, by default, you get just the regular catapult, but you can also swap it out for a Cyclops, or a Kraken, or a Dragon. And once again, no pay to win. Hate pay to win games, man. Absolutely do not play those. Those drive me nuts. So yeah, not making one myself, because that would make me the world's biggest hypocrite, and I'm not cool with that. So this game is awesome. Thanks, OP. Wow, okay. That's very kind. So you can see here, these characters, the only thing, it doesn't change the way they launch the shots. It's more of just like they have all these unique animations. And I do give you bonuses. So if you do unlock these guys, when you play random matches, you'll actually win more coins. So there is some incentive to actually use these guys, right? So that's a plus. But aside from that, and then you have icons you can unlock, and you get these little badges. So when the match starts, you actually have your little character there. Optional cosmetic, microtransactions are just as effective in my opinion. And that's what I'm shooting for, dude. That's exactly what I'm shooting for. And I hope you're right, man. We'll find out over time. So, and yeah, so that's the key elements of the game right there. You can either play one player. If you want, you can actually play 2 player on the same device. And this is always fun too, because especially if you have like a tablet or something like that, and people are like arm in arm, and you get some really nasty things. I've taken this to a bunch of conventions now, and it's funny watching people like push the other person to try and get an advantage. You know, it's just, you know, it's always kind of funny watching people just like start messing with their opponents, right? Or they do something like they cover the screen, you know, try and make it harder for them to see what's going on. So that's it. That is the game in a nutshell. And as you guys that have been around for a while know, that I'm completely excited by the fact that I'm literally working on my final task, which is integration of the unlock cards. And once that's dialed in, we're talking time to put out in beta and let you guys do the proper play with this thing. Hopefully find that there's nothing wrong, and then we can just move along and get this game out to everyone. That is the goal. Alright, so what I want to do is, rather than actually go through the trouble of playing whole games, I want to test that it's finding the data that I want. So, we'll do a little test here. Angle the device to blind your opponent from sunlight. That's good. That's a good strategy. I like that. Yeah. Mostly it's usually just like people like, you know, because when I have it set up at conventions, I usually have a touchscreen device, right? I have this large 21-inch touchscreen. And then, you know, so people are playing on both sides of the screen, right? And then they'll do this kind of thing. They'll like smack with their hands, you know, to try and throw them off. So it's fun to watch, man. You can see some friendships deteriorating very quickly sometimes. It's kind of amusing. All right, so I'm gonna try this. Let me just go. Let me bounce up to my start. Up here at the top. Okay. So let's go. Vector 2 is equal to. Oh, I gotta call it something. Test vector 2 is equal to find launcher. Alright, so then we're going to try and get that information, and then we'll actually just do a quick debug log printout of that. Yeah, just grab this guy. Alright, so this is, I gotta keep my fingers crossed here because I just plowed through all that code for all those different ones without doing any checking until now. So we'll see if I get it right on the first try. Probably not, but we can keep my fingers crossed and hope. So now we're going to check launchers to see which one it tells us. And if it comes up correct, it should show a value of island 0, 1. Let me actually bring this out of... Let's see. Started. Loading news. Where did it go? Oops. There it is. Oh, sweet. It did it, man. It says number 2. Oh, is that correct, though? Oh, shoot. So, here's the value. It returned a value of 2, -4. So, what that's talking about here is I went to launchers. So, if that's... Okay, if that's launcher 1, and this is character 2, and then -4 because there's 4 cards that have to be 1. So in theory, that actually worked perfectly. Did I actually just do a whole batch of code that worked right on the first try? Oh, that would be just scary. We can check it though. Check this out. If we do it this way, let me come into my combo. What player am I? Let me check my... Okay, I'm guest 1245. So let me come back over into my combo. Come back in at guest 1245. Genius at work. Yeah, like genius as in Wile E. Coyote genius, maybe. Okay. Client users. Let me go guest 1245. Bring him up. Search 1245. Good. All right. So this is my server. I'm logged in my server right here. A large code change working on the first try is nearly impossible. So in other words, I just overlooked something. Is that it? It was pretty simple stuff. I mean, I was borrowing a lot of pre-made code, so I'm not totally surprised that I got lucky the first try, but let me check if I'm actually correct on that. And the way we're going to find that is, so I'm going to come into launcher status. So here's the -4 value, right? So we see a 1 here. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's a little small. Here, I'll make the browser screen a little larger there. So here is this is my server data for this player, for the player, what am I, 1245, right? Launcher status, and this shows for island A, because I want to have like potential other islands, right? But this is the first one, so island A. 1, because you automatically get the catapult launcher, so the 1 indicates that it has been unlocked and available. So -4, so just if we drop this in -2, right? And now we're saying that he's gained 2 cards over time. So now it should come back up as 2 -2 if we're doing this correctly. And it came up as 2 -4. Oops. See? I jinxed it right there, man. So it is not... oh, that's interesting. Okay, so... Wow. Okay. So it is going maybe to the second one then? Let's find out who this guy is then. Launcher status. So change... Whoops. Change this back to 4. Now change this to... 3, 1. Okay. Let's try this again. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to put a bunch of asterisks there so it sticks out better. Yep. So I did speak too soon, I'm afraid. If anything, it looks like it's actually bypassing the first guy. Oh, that's not good. 2, -4. Really? Alright, now I'm annoyed. So who is it actually grabbing the value of then? You know what? Let's just go this route. Let's come back into my server. Right? Launcher status. And we're just going to drop all these guys. Come on. There it goes. All these guys are going to go -1. So it should be 2, -1. And if it's not, then I have no idea where it's getting his data from, which is going to be really scary. Oh, crap. Launcher. Okay. Yep, so I'm doing something totally wrong, unfortunately. Unless it's pulling it from the second island? Let's see. Get int. Oh! Here's what it might be. Remember what I was talking about before, is the fact that I'm pulling the information from my locally stored data. And you know what? It may be a situation where it just didn't get updated. So, remember I was talking about before, saying that because I'm pulling some of the data from my locally stored, it may not get updated, and that might bite me? I think I just demonstrated that fact nicely. Alright, so instead of actually pulling it from the stored local data, we will pull it from what should be the server data. So, let me find how I call that. It should be current card count. No. Oh, did I just hit the wrong thing? Oh, no. Okay, that's not what I want. No, actually, what I'm looking for is... Okay, here. Yeah, I am coming off of this. So the island, I don't think... Launcher status. I'll play it safe and actually pull both of them off the server values. There. So rather than try and borrow my local data, which obviously is out of date, so I gotta improve that over time. I think that's gonna come back in some future errors where people are gonna point out like the data didn't update or something like that. Which I'll just have to go through everything and make sure that I'm, as much as possible, I'm pulling everything off of the server and not my stored data, which obviously was old. Alright, so this is toString. And then I gotta parse it out. Alright, so my code actually still might be rock solid. It just may be a situation where the data was old. And let me make sure I got... I think it's selected island is the term I use too for this. Crypt. Where is it? Ah, let me find it. I'm here. Go back to my kombu. Selected island kombu. Yep. There he goes. Alright, so we bounce back over here, and then rather than using our locally stored data, which is obviously crap and outdated, I will just be much better at pulling this data. And of course, kombu comes as an object, so I need to convert this twice. I gotta go to... Actually, maybe I don't have to do this twice. Can I do it this way? Can I just take an object and convert it to string, or is it gonna complain? I mean, convert it to int? Good. Okay. I've been a jerk before. I've been doing this where I take the kombu manager, which is an object, I convert it into a string, and then I take the string and convert it to int. I didn't realize that was a waste of time. I could just go straight to the int. There you go, dude. Told you, I'm learning stuff all the time. Okay. So now I'm pulling the information off of the server, right? So this data should be fresh. That's the whole point here. And if that's the case, it's only pulling that data initially when the character is first created, which is bad on my part. I'll definitely have to make sure I do something that... and I think what happened is I do have the thing when you first start a game, it retrieves all the data off the server, but because a lot of these fields I've been adding over time, I think that's why some of the stuff is getting lost. Uh-oh, I got an error here. Active player name. Wow, what did I just break there? I didn't even touch Kombu, did I? Game controller. Oh, okay. Oh, because it's not even loaded yet. Okay. Oh, that I forgot about that. So then what I'm going to do is not call this. I'm calling it before the server information even gets loaded. That's why it's getting all upset. So what I need to do here is I'll just do it as an enumerator so I can check. Or you know what? Yeah, I'll do it that way. Let me just do a quick enumerator. I'll throw it above here because it's going to be temp. Enumerator, temp, data check. And then we say while Kombu manager local user is authenticated. While it's not authenticated, then just sit your butt down and wait. Yield return null. I'm doing all this just to do a check, man. This is annoying. Okay. So then once it actually knows Kombu is active, then it'll actually run this little test. So then let's come back up here to our start. And we'll say start coroutine. This guy. There. Good. That should make it behave itself now. So I guess I have to do a check too and make sure if you're offline. Find locked launcher. It still doesn't like it. Why does it not like it? Can I cast? Oh, no, I did. Okay, I guess I can't do it that way. My little shortcut did just blow up on me, didn't it, guys? Okay, let's just go the other way then. We'll convert it to a string. So my shortcut doesn't work. All right. So now, hopefully, it come up without the error messages. It did. There it is. Check it out. The code does work. How about that, man? The code actually does work. It was because I was pulling my data from the local versus the server, which I thought was up to date. Oh my god! Yeah, it's my Tom Hanks in Castaway. I made fire! Alright, so now, okay, before I get too excited, let me check to make sure that actually it is updating the one I think it is. So what I'll do is I'll come back here and set these others to like that. So once again, first launcher automatically unlocked. And then we'll say the second launcher, you've already gotten a couple of cards for it, and then these guys, nothing. So now when we run this, it should still come up as 2, -1. And if it doesn't, then it's pulling the wrong thing. Let's see. There it goes, 2, -1. Boom, he shoots, he scores. Check it out, guys. Yes, I did actually get that code right on the first try. That is cool. Okay, so I need to apply that approach to also to the villagers as well as the icons. So let me go back and do that. But yeah, I'm stoked, man. That doesn't usually happen. All right, temp data check, and then we're gonna come back to this in a second and check the others. Actually, I can just do this right now. Find locked. We'll do villagers next. Villagers. Find locked villager. Okay. There it goes. Okay. So then let's actually go to that and change that from the crypto to the actual Kombu original data. I think I was using the crypto data just because I was trying to avoid too many pings to the server, but you know, if the data's wrong, then you know, that's a waste of time anyways. All right, so yeah, selected island, that's correct. And then let's grab this guy. And then kind of move that out of the way and update that so it matches correctly. Good. All right, and that should fix the villagers. So locked villagers, and let's actually check the status of that. Yep, I saved that. Okay, good. Let's take a stab at this and let's see what data it comes up with this guy. It's thinking about it. There it goes. Uh-oh. 2 -1. That shouldn't be right, should it? Customize villagers. Oh yeah. It's a coincidence, but that's actually correct. So this is villager 1, this is villager 2, and for her you only have to do 1 unlock card. So that's why it came at, ironically enough, even though this number is the same, that's actually correct. And I can double check that. Happy coincidence. I think. Hold on, let me check that. So here's how we do a quick check. So you come back to data, and we come back to launcher status. So you know what, we'll just make her unlocked. 0. Oh, you know what, actually I need to tell which. Yeah, so this should actually hit save. So this should now be 3 -4. If this value right here on this next run, if it comes up as 3 -4, I did save that, yes? Yes. Then I know that the code is golden. Let's find out. What do you think? What are the chances? 70-30? 3 -4? And it says, no! What did I do wrong? Your own web interface for the game? No, that's actually part of the Kombu plugin. It's this guy. I can't believe this guy, he sells it for 35 bucks. Kombu. This is the plugin I'm using for my user data. And he sells it for $35, and it's absolutely fantastic. I love Kombu, man. Yeah, so you can see this is what you were looking at before, right? Just accessing all the data. It's so slick, man. Such a great plugin. Yeah, so many cool assets, absolutely. Okay. So did I find locked villager? Huh. Select the island villager status. Alright, let me make sure it's actually going in the right place. I mean, I know this should be correct. Come on. Why are you dragging? Alright, debug log. Now, I'm trying to figure out, is it not actually coming here? Or is this function producing the wrong information for some reason? And that's what I'm not sure about yet. So I did do the first set of code right, but then when I moved it down to do villagers, I may have actually screwed something up in that one. So, we'll see. Wait for it. Yeah, it actually hits it. So we are getting to our locked villager code. But it's returning the wrong information. Excuse me. Okay. Selected island villager status. Right. Let's see. Villager status. Let me do a quick check just to check this data. I could, yeah, I'll do it this way. I'll just say, throw this in here, throw into master it, make it stick out. What I'll do is just print to log a couple of these first guys and see if it's actually getting the information I think it should. 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Yes. Alright, so let's see what kind of numbers this tells us and see if it actually lines up with what I think it should be. So icon status, it should, oh, you know what? Crap. Let me change this. So we'll change this to a -4, -3, -2. Oh, I'm doing the wrong. I think I just figured out what had happened. I'm editing the wrong data, guys. I'm doing icon status. I'm not doing villagers. Am I really that foolish? Don't tell me I'm just that dumb. Oh, that is. That's totally on me, guys. Yeah. I was... Yeah, no, that's original status. I don't want to do that. Hold on. Hello. Oh, sorry, I'm getting it. Yes. Okay, yes. I know. Yes, you did a great job of chasing away all the cars out front. Thank you. That's appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so it turns out if you like alter the wrong data, it doesn't help when you're trying to check code. That's a good note. Alright, 1245. Let me, rather than screw up the data, let me come back to it fresh. Okay. So what I want is villagers, not original. I want villager, selected villagers, unlocked islands, villager status. This is what I want to be messing with. So if we say he's 0 and put him at 3. So now our value should be 3, -3. So this is going to be funny. If this actually works, then once again, both cases, a situation where my code was fine, but the things I'm doing to check it have been wrong. 3, -3. That's it, guys. So I am 2 for 2 in my code, but my checking has been crap. Should we feel guilty for not connecting the dots while only watching? No, absolutely not, dude. It's more, come on, man. Half the fun of watching someone, like if they're like on their phone texting and you know they're about to walk in a wall, do you go, hey, watch out? Or you just kind of go, oh, this is going to be good, right? So in this case, you guys just sat back and went, oh, no, watch this, dude. He's going to figure it out eventually, you know. You watch, he's going to look stupid. There you go. So I look stupid. But that's it, guys. The great news is, once again, the code looks like it's actually behaving. So, and just to show that it's actually correct, so that's 3, -3. So now if we come in here and look at our villager status, come in here and look at villagers, and that didn't update. Why did that not update? Uh-oh. Huh. Okay. It might be the same situation. You know what? I think that might be it. That it's pulling this data incorrectly off of the local outdated data and not off of the server data, which is crazy. Man, that's terrible on my end, too. I've got to correct a lot of these if that's the case. Or at least just do something when it first loads, that it updates all the data to make sure that everything is truly up to date. That's the simplest way. So, alright. But the key thing to think about is the fact that the data is working correctly. So, and finally, I'll check icons. Now, this would be the final test, too, because the icons, if you remember, this was much more complex, right? It has to go through... Oops. Locked icons. There. Icon. Singular. There it is. Alright. So this one has much more potential of blowing up. So the first two, the code was actually rock solid. but this one could definitely still be messed up. So let's start off by make sure we get the right island information. Alright, come back up here, and then we're going to grab this guy. Toss him in here. And update the variable to make sure that we're pulling the right information. Not villager status, but icon status. There. Alright, and then what is my icon status? I guess by default it would be... Haven't touched that, so 4, -3. So it should be, that'd be 1, 2. 2, -4. Oh, what am I returning though? I might actually have to return a vector 3 for him. Because I need to return which villager, which icon, and the icon status. So, yeah, I think this is going to come up a little short what I have right here. So, 0. So that's 1 icon. 2. No, actually, I guess that's okay because it's doing the villagers, but I don't have the I have the island. So no, I guess I'm overthinking this. I think this does actually work correctly. All right, we'll find out here right now. So it should be a 2, -1, I think. Oh, negative. Oh, it found nothing. -1, -1 signifies the fact that it found no available icons, which does mean that, okay, so my first 2 sets of code were actually correct. The third one that was more complex is not correct at all. Okay, 2 out of 3, not bad for a first try. Okay, so let's go figure out what I broke. Okay, so icon status, parse our island. Alright, let's just do some debugs in here and see what values it's actually checking. Yeah, I is equal to I array number would be equal to this chunk of stuff, like this. All right, and then value is equal to what? Equal to whatever that is. Okay, good. That should at least get us a good start to figure out what data it's actually pulling. And if the numbers are totally different than what they should be, then I'm obviously jumping to the wrong spot in that giant array of data. Let's see who the culprit is. Huh, it only did 2. Or is that because it found something? 2. Debug. Log. Icon found. Oh! There was my coding mistake. Remember I talked about, my copy paste tendency tends to bite me sometimes. So I'm still using the return value, which is left over from the villager search, not the icon search. So if I actually fed it back the right value, I might get something proper. Oh, crap. Well, that's good. That means that the code might be okay. It was just a typo. Wait, whoops. There you go. I do that way too much too. I mean, I like the copy paste concept, you know, but it does fall apart on me sometimes. So I'll go back to what I said. Should be 1 -1 or 2 -1 rather. You got 0 2. Interesting. So why did it say that? Customize icon. Okay, so it's villager 2 1 2, and it says it's okay, good. Okay, so I am right. I do need the vector 3, because what it gave me is, so the 0 indicates that it's this guy, the first villager, right? The 2 indicates that it's the second one, which is terrible, because you see what I'm doing wrong here, is that the villagers, I'm starting at base 0, and then for the icon count, I'm starting on base 1, which is just terrible idea. I'll correct that so I'll be consistent. But I also need to actually send back a third value, which tells it what it actually is. So I need to address that. But it's close. I mean, it's scary close on the first try to get it like right in the neighborhood. So first thing I'm gonna do is change these out. So the villagers, I'm incrementing them all up. So the villagers actually start at 1 rather than 0. So that way it's consistent with the icon numbers as well. So first one is 1 1 down to 5 5. Excuse me, or actually 5 4, I guess, because the first one, like I said, is always unlocked. Excuse me. Okay. So then this actually needs to be a vector 3. -1. All right, and then so the actual value is right here. Toss that in like that, and it should be there. I think that is all I need. I'm doing my copy paste, but I'll be good and make sure that I correct all this stuff. I'll leave the old one just to make sure I don't get stupid. String yeah. Yep, I think that's correct. All right. Boom. Correct this guy. Put him up to 3. Put him up to 4. And then put him up to 5. Oh man, if this comes together, I'd be happy to say it came this quickly. But yeah, I'm glad I actually broke these out. I know that it's cleaner to have it all in one, but to me this is actually easier, more legible to read. So I like that they're broken out. Alright. Fingers crossed. Let's see what we got. So now it should give us 3 values. Oh, it's still returning. Uh-oh. Oh, because I know why. Because this is actually set up incorrectly. This is set up for the previous ones that did want a vector 2, but we want a vector 3 now. So I'll leave that old code there in case I want to go back to the previous ones. Why are you fighting me? Keyboard was doing it again. So vector 3. There. That's strange, actually, that I got away with a vector 2, and I was able to call that function and didn't error out when it should have wanted a vector 3. I'm not sure why it let that go through, but okay. Okay. Drum roll, please. What do we got? What do we got? 1 2 0. Drum rolls. So it said 1 2 0. So if we look at this, customize icons. So it's 0 to indicate that it's. No, that can't be right. Oh crap. Oh, because I did. Oh no, that is correct. That is correct because I'm doing the 4 minus value because I'm trying to find the valid value for that. So check it out. I think it's actually correct. Yeah. Go to. Thank you. Let's see. Is 3. Oh, no. No. Unfortunately, I thought I had that set up differently. Crap. If it's less than 0. Wait, how can that post a... That makes no sense. That posted a value of 0, but it couldn't have been 0. Otherwise, that code should not have run. That's bizarre. Find locked icon. Okay, I am running the proper function. Okay. So I'm saying that if it's less than 0, right, then run this code. And then I'm spitting that value out. Unless it's returning it incorrectly or something. Log. Value found equals this guy. Alright, that's got me confounded. Because it's returning a value of 0, but then if it's 0, then this should not actually even run. Okay. Let's take another stab at this. And we got... That's bizarre. Check that out, dude. Why is it doing that? So it's returning the value incorrectly. Test vector... Oh! Again! Again! I'm doing the wrong thing. That, Test vector... Oh, because I'm... No, actually that is correct. So... Go to definition. Icon. Icon found. And I'm returning icon found. So that's bizarre. So for whatever reason, I can't throw all this into the same thing at the same time and have it return correctly. I think that's the issue. So int temp int is equal to this guy. All right. And we'll say temp int. If that's the case, that's crazy that I can't send back a vector3 with a calculated value on the fly. That I have to just give it a variable with a pre-made number just attached to it. I mean, I hope that's the case, but if that is, that's kind of nutty. All right, let's see if that... But yeah, you see it's a -4, so it is doing that. No. What the heck? Okay. Is he getting overridden or something? Icon found. Oh, because my check. I'm sorry. It is me. Because it's running these other ones on top of it. Because, right. No, because icon found is equal to, x is equal to 1, so these guys can't be running. Alright. Somebody's doing something really weird here. I'm getting the feeling this isn't actually my fault on this now. Alright. So I'm going to print out the icon found vector3 before I return it and see if what I'm sending is wrong or if the actual sending process is breaking it. If so, then who cares? We know that it works since this is just a test. Wait. Look at that. It lopped it down to a vector 2. What the heck? Icon found. Oh! Come on. You guys saw that, didn't you? You saw that 20 minutes ago that I did not update my variable icon found to a vector 3. That was it, right? That was it. Crap! Stupid 2 to a 3. That was the whole thing the whole time. That's just annoying. So remember what I said before about my copy-paste tendency, how it kind of bites me sometimes? No, actually that one was, I thought a vector 2 was actually correct. So I updated everything to a vector 3 except the one that mattered the most. Oof. Yeah, well put. But then it's still, whoop, actually, wait a second, spoke too soon. Go to definition. All right, now it's crazy because that's correct. Oh, wait, why do I have villager results in there? Don't need that at all. So I'm doing a check, and the check is taking more time than it did to actually produce the original code that I'm trying to check. There's something ironic about that, especially if it turns out the code was actually solid anyways. And then it's just the test that's killing me here. Saved. Good. Alright, so let's see what it reports back for the icon thing here. Icon found. Yeah, look at that. I don't know if you guys can see that. So when I'm here, it shows the correct stuff, but when I return the value, for whatever reason, that number is just getting lost. How is that even physically possible? So it shows 1, 2, negative 4, right? Which is right here, 1, 2, negative 4. But then when I return icon found, it shows a value of... How is that even possible? That it's just breaking. Huh. Okay, you know what, guys? I mean, the important thing I know is the fact that it actually is reporting the data correctly. 1, 2, negative 4. And I can check that real quick by coming in here and say, let's change the this launcher status. These icons. So let me come up into my... Oh, I have icons at the top, don't I? Icon status. Negative 4. So if I change that to like a negative 2, yeah, that's good enough. So it should be 1 to negative 2. And it is 1 to negative 2. And I have no idea. You guys, someone that's like better at this stuff than I am, which, you know, could be any of you guys, can explain to me why this value is correct. But when I return that value, it actually butchers my z value and turns it into a 0. I have no idea how that's even physically possible. That just makes absolutely no sense to me. But, no, actually that is scary. I do have to be concerned about this because I'm doing this test, but I need that value to be correct. Otherwise, I'm not going to have anything right. Bastard, why would it do that, man? Why would it actually alter my value? Test vector 3. Vector 3 is equal to that. I can change that. That's just a text thing. I have no understanding of why that value would change there. That doesn't seem like it's even physically possible for it to change. I mean, or can you not return a vector 3? if that's the case, then I'll just store it as a player pref real quick. Yeah, that's bizarre. Unity function return a vector3. How to return a vector3 value? Oh, you can't do it. Is that it? For the method is not a void. Yeah. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just, if I read that correctly, how to return a so that's it. I guess you can't actually return a vector3. Holy crap. That's news to me. Okay, then, you know what? I'll approach this in a different way then. Return null. So it can be static. Hit point. Oh, because I got it structured this way? Yeah, you know what? That's just kind of over my head anyways. So that coding is a little more than I'm comfortable with, so I will work off this concept instead. What I'll do is... That's frustrating. Okay, well, I guess I learned something new there. That you cannot just... You can throw back a vector2 with no problem, but vector3 gets a little more convoluted. So... I'll just say... Once it returns, then I'll have the value, and I'll just do this. I'll go... player prefs... set... Oh, actually I need... Not that one, but I need the... X. Set... vector3. Let's see, we'll call this... icon search. Why not? This is the only time I'm going to use this stupid thing, so... Kind of a foolish name, but only time it's going to get used, so there. So then what I'm going to just do is take that vector3 and then toss it in a player prefs, an encrypted player prefs, and then retrieve it once it's done. So then if we come back to the top, right here, okay, and then we'll say get like that, close that off. There. So my guess now is that the value here where I have the 1, 2, 0 will actually, below it, I'll actually get the proper value since I'm storing that in a player prefs. If so, that's kind of nutty. He's back. Oh man. Oh wow. Z is still 0. What the heck? No, icon search. There it is. Yes, it did it. It did it. Yeah, Below the Stone, man, you took too long. I think I actually got this working. So, you know, you delayed it too long, so I was too productive. And I also learned the hard way that a function cannot return a vector3 value by default. You have to go through a convoluted measure, or in my case, I just store it in a player prefs briefly and retrieve it. Wow. That was a headache, wasn't it? Yep. But the good news is I think I actually have all 3 of those working now. So that's fantastic. I was hoping I'd get back to distract you again. You still can. I'm not shipping it or anything yet, so there's still stuff to throw me off. But I'll mark this out. But I'm going to leave it because this is my template for how to actually get this stuff done. All right. So now if I come back to... where do I want to go? go to definition. Oops. Fine. Ah. Don't be a jerk. There. Alright, so locked icon is what we want. Alright. Oh, wait. Why did I have that? Oh! No, don't tell me it's because I had that vector 2. Oh, that wasn't it, was it? Oh. Alright, I'm going to be kicking myself. If this thing actually does truly return a proper 1 to -2. Inco Gamer. Hey, welcome, Inco Gamer. Perfect timing on the first little comment there. Thank you so much. Wait for it. Oh, crap. I marked it out, didn't I? I marked out my test. Alright. Andrew. Hey. How's it going, man? Look at that, man. We got a bunch of people hanging out with me today. Very cool, man. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate it. Your timing is great, too, because I'm actually, I'm actually doing some decent coding today, which is a plus. Let's see. It's that one. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So it did work the whole time. It was because I did not change. Oh, you're the coder. Okay. Welcome, Andrew. Wow, so we had we had both sides. Check it out, man. Welcome, buddy. Thanks for hanging out as well. Yeah, I was just telling your partner in crime there that, yeah, he took a little too much time off, and because I was not fully distracted, I did manage to actually make my code work. But that's cool. So it turns out, yes, you can actually do a vector 3 call. So I don't have to worry about that. So let me fix all that stuff back up again. That's awesome. So it's just stupid typo. So all 3 of my codes were working. All 3 of my functions were working on based on the first try, but I had typos in there. That was it, man. That was totally it. All right. So then in that case, I can just pretty much kill all this stuff like that and just return the icon found, because that is a vector 3. It is vector 3. That is it. Wow. Alright, so now I can actually start playing with this a little bit just to double check my info, but at this point I'm feeling very confident and cocky. Is icon status, so we'll say it's a -1, just to double check that this value actually changes to, oh, it won't, because oh crap, I just knocked out my test code, didn't I? So let me do one last test. I'm just getting paranoid now, so I just really want to make sure that this code is truly working like I think it is. And if I get this thing coming up as a -1 value and it's Z, then I fully believe that I've got this locked in, and I will move along. What do we got? What do we got? Here it comes. -1. Boom, that's it. We're good. We are all good. We're fine here now. Thank you. How are you? Oh, jeez. What? Why are you coming on this side today? Why are you? Okay, wait. You're hitting my microphone. The people are not gonna like you if you hit my microphone. Yes, I'm happy to see you too. Okay. Shouldn't you be guarding the front door? You're falling down on your duties, buddy. No, come on. All right. Yes. What? It's only 3:20. It's too early. We don't throw the disc. I can't say the word, the flying disc. If I say the traditional, FRISBEE, if I say that, then she'll go nutty. So I just have to say it's too early for the flying disc. Okay. That's awesome, guys. So this code is actually, I declare this house clean. Okay. Good. So now I can actually go back and start doing my checks to see. Find locked icon. So find locked villager. Find locked launcher. Good. Excuse me. Okay, so now we come back to the section where it actually looks for the items. So we check here, and we say, can we find, in this case, as I was showing before, let me backtrack a little bit. So, hey, have you heard of this game developer? His name is, she already left the room. Frisbee. Ooh, that was close. I thought she heard that. He's a cool guy. You should check him out. Nice try, buddy. That was good. That was close. But she already got bored and went downstairs. She actually heard me. She returned to her duties to guard the front door. Okay. So when it comes time to actually unlock a new card, the way I do this is 50% of the time you're going to unlock an icon, 30% of the time you'll unlock a villager, and 20% of the time you unlock a launcher. Almost worked. That's true, man. You did have me there. I started reading out loud, didn't I? All right. So if we're going to look for an icon, then we check for that. And if it doesn't find an icon available, then it will move on to villager. Or, excuse me, actually, let me do this reverse. It's checking for the first item. So we're going to check for launcher. And if the launcher, there's nothing available, and it comes up -1. Yeah. That comes up -1. Then we're going to go ahead and start searching for, there's no villager. Then that means we have to search for an launcher. Okay, so locked. We got to search for an icon. Find locked icon. You know what? I am going to change this. Launcher search. So, because if I don't do that now, that'll probably get really convoluted. So, we'll say vector 2. This is villager search. Since I have to do the villager search is equal to, since the icon requires a vector 3, there's no reason to recycle that variable anymore. So do that, kill that line. There it goes. Okay. And then what do we got? Finally, we do this, and we'll say this should be a vector 3, which completely bit me. I know. There was like 3 places I needed to change the vector 2 to vector 3. So that little 20-minute sidetrack was all because of that. So we don't, not villager search. We'll call this icon search. Find locked icon, and that should return a. Oops. Yeah. There he goes. So if it's -1, then that's that. Sweet. All right, we're good. Cool. All right, guys, I'm gonna take another quick restroom break. Well earned. Now that I got that one dialed in. So the big headache out of my way. But yeah, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna just dash off and come right back. Hang tight, guys. Just use a bottle on stream and get with the times. Wow. If that's the way the system works now, I'm glad I've been watching the wrong streams lately. Because, you know, when I said I was watching a stream, I was kind of thinking that... never mind, I'm going to just let that stay right there. Hey guys, actually, I do have a question for you. This is for all you guys to offer your thoughts. So, because I'm dealing with the card stuff, right? These unlock cards. And my thought is, the way the game works now is the cards are rewarded when you play a random match. You didn't even realize I was on this. No, I did, man. You hit it extremely well. I thought you had a faucet that you didn't actually fully turn off in the background that was just kind of dripping, so impressive. That was truly impressive. All right, so here's my question for you guys. There's two different online games you can play, right? You can do a random match, right? Or you can do a match with your friends. And my thought process is the idea that the cards will only get awarded if you do an actual... you're welcome. If you do a random match, right? So the mindset is I'm trying to steer clear of a system where you could like just play your friend and kind of back and forth on online matches with the sole purpose of just trying to burn through and unlock a bunch of cards, right? So I'm hoping that makes sense, and I you know, because you could do something where if you had like two devices, you could just play a match where you just immediately make one person quit and then you start up again and have the other person quit. So you could just kind of like cycle through. You do agree with that. Opscriptor, thank you. Okay, good. So, I mean, it is kind of a jerk thing because I do want to reward people for playing online, you know, but I feel if it's with a friend, you know, that there is a potential for exploiting the system, right? At least with the random matches, you know, I'm not forcing you to win the match, right? You get the opportunity to win cards comes up win or lose. It's just if you play enough random matches, period. So I'm not going to punish you if you're not necessarily playing well. You'll still get the cards. So let's see. Random match for reward makes sense. Sounds like a good solution. Awesome. Thanks for the feedback, guys. Good. You know, and once again, that's being a lone developer, man. You get that whole like echo chamber where you're just kind of going, do I agree with myself? Yeah. So it's always nice to have some other people to bounce that off of. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. All right. Yep. Thanks, man. Okay. So then, if that's... all right. So, what I'm doing here is I'm actually going... Okay, if it's time... This is after a game finishes, right? And I'm in the game over function. And I'm doing a check here where I'm saying that if we're playing a random match, right? And that's what we just clarified a second ago, right? So if we're playing a random match, right, then we do a card count to see if the what the card count is. And I start off with an initial value of -1, right? So what I want to do is reward the player for actually playing an online game. So the first time you play a game, it automatically, you know, the -1 is a flag. So that will tell me that this is the first time you've played an online game, and I automatically unlock the female warrior character. That's why, if you noticed, that's why I did this. If you look, come on, let's go. Come on, I'm trying to do show and tell. Let's go. Thank you. So if you look here, I went in the code and actually unlocked her. But normally you see this is a, you only need one card to unlock her, right? So I reward you for playing an online match, so you immediately get her, right? And 250 coins, I figured that's enough of a small item to get started with, right? Just a couple of matches and boom, you can actually grab her, right? And add her to your villager collection. Whereas these guys are more priced in a more realistic term in terms of cost for either playing the game or for purchasing coins. Generally, these, if you look at the math on how the coins play out, this is about 75 cents for a character, which I think is a reasonable price, right? That's, I mean, if you look at what a lot of games charge, I think that's not insane kind of pricing, you know. And the same thing for the launcher. I think that's it's a bit more. I think it works out to be like a $1 or so. I'm a Bimley man. It's all about the Bimley. Sorry, I didn't say Gimli. I said Bimley. I didn't say Gimli. Yeah. It was fun, and it's. I like to say that I put a lot of thought into coming up with these character names. But it was just one of those things that there was this space up at the top that it looked like an empty space, and I was kind of like, okay, I should give him names. So it's just like, he is Nestor, and then Shuli. It just like, it was random, like stream of consciousness. The first name that came to my head, and then of course Bimley is a little more obvious, and then Orcus. Gee, how hard was that one to come up with, you know? And Sir Wand, you know, so kind of slam dunk names, but you know, it's just there, you know. I don't know if anyone is even going to care about the names, or if it's just it was just another way to clarify Orcus. I love that. That's a very cool. I like that. The Orcus head. There you go. Sweet. So, dude, this is looking good. We're making some really good headway here. Okay, so this is what it's demonstrating, the fact that the first time you play a random match, I hand you the female warrior character. Did you create the art for those characters yourself? OP Scripter, great question. Everything you see in the game is pretty much me. The one exception is the character designs. My original characters, I wasn't really happy with what I was producing, so I contacted a very talented artist I know. In chat, if you're an Orcus man, a very talented artist named Daniel Thomas, who I've worked with on several of my games before. And it's one of those things that I love to turn to Daniel if it's one of those things that if I don't feel like my art is measuring up. Unfortunately, my budget was tight, you know, in terms of funds for my company, so I was only able to get Daniel to do the original character designs. So I modeled the characters off of his original designs. But he's an amazingly talented artist. But so if you look past that, pretty much all the other stuff is pretty much me, just plugging away. Not that I really have this big desire to be, they look great. Thank you, OP Scripter. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you, man. That's very kind. You know, as I've mentioned before, the objective of this is to get the game out there, and hopefully the game gets traction and starts generating revenue, because I want to do entirely different island themes. And when I do it by myself, we're talking about 2 months worth of work in terms of generating all the art. You know, I mean, there's the whole new models, there's the characters, there's the rigging and the animation and the texturing and all that kind of stuff. And I would love for this game to generate some revenue so I could spread out the love and get some other people on board to help make some of those islands, you know, on the art side. I'll probably still do the animation. You know, I'm an animator for 20 years, so I'll probably, you know, keep that one to myself. But I would love to farm out definitely some of the art stuff, you know, just to make that stuff happen faster. But yeah, thank you for the kind words, man. I appreciate that. It's been a total evolutionary process. One of these days, if I do any kind of post-mortem, I will show how the artwork has evolved from my first, you know, 2-week-long prototype to where I am today. And it's been sort of a bizarre long road on some of the ideas that were good and some were just absolute terrible. But thanks, man. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's see. So on the first one, boom, we automatically get the female warrior, and then I bounce down to this one, and this is the key thing. This is where I store this as a encrypted player press, and this determines when the next card pops up. And as we know, I would mention this before with Unity, with random range, even though I say go between 3 and 6, we know that if we use an int on a range, it actually never reaches 6. So that's actually between 3 and 5. So the way I have this set up now is, and no one seemed to scream about it when I've mentioned this before, you have to play anywhere between 3 to 5 random matches, and then the next card will pop up. I think that's a decent number. I mean, there's a ton of things to unlock, so I don't want to drag it out too long, but I also don't want to have it where you can just play a bunch of matches and burn through it and unlock everything ASAP, right? So you guys can tell me if you think otherwise, if you think that's too little or too much, right? If that's like asking for too much, but I think playing 3 to 5 random matches over time to unlock your next card, I think that's a decent number. But you guys can tell me otherwise if you think so. All right. So then here we're checking. So I'm starting with the launcher. Let's see, card type. If chosen card. Time to unlock a new card. Okay, yeah, and this is where I'm deciding. I'm gonna switch this out of instead of doing if then else, I'm actually gonna convert this into a switch. The only other solution I heard for this problem with players ranking themselves up is by making multiple tiers that you have to buy into in order to actually get ranks. Oh, really? Ugh. But it gets a little complicated, and it's not friendly to people trying to quickly picking up the game. Yeah, and I don't know if you've noticed this at all when I've been showing the game, but I have a built-in ranking system, and I'll show you how that works. Right here. Come on. So if you come into the player data, so I've been playing this a little while, so I'm at level 7, right? So let's see, yeah, and I've played 25 games, and I've already reached level 7. And the way that works, the way my leveling system works, is that's based on when you play a game, you earn villagers. If you win a game, you win a lot more villagers. If you lose a game, you win fewer villagers, right? So the objective here is that hopefully by bumping you up to higher levels, when you play a match, I look for someone on your same level. So hopefully you're going to play someone that is your similar skill set. Ideally, that's the objective there, you know. So I do have a system that hopefully pairs up equally equipped, equally matched players. You know, win percentage 104. Where does it say that? You know what? I think I might have a math problem there where I'm dividing the wrong direction. What do you think? So let's see. If we say 25 divided by 24 equals 104. So if I did it 24 divided by 25, it would be 96%. That's a good catch. There you go. Hey, look at that. That's a simple bug to fix at least. That's good. That's funny. Oh, at least it's a simple one. I can knock that out here in 2 seconds if I could just track down the code for it. Alright, so that's in the main menu. Nice. Yeah, yes. I don't cheat. No, I earn that 104%. Come on, guys. Wait, why are you questioning me? Show player info. Alright, oh, I do go over to Kombu. Okay. So, info menu. Alright, see if I can find it with just the divide. Yep, here it is. So let me reverse this. Like that. Like that. Oh, one more? Nope. Still doesn't like it. How about like that? Float. Okay, wait. Float games played divided by... Yeah, okay, that's good enough. There. See, I'm not entirely distracting. Yeah, you're falling down on the job, man. I'm still making stuff happen here. Alright, let's see if my number gets a little more in the world of reality, okay? I'm going to automatically drop myself by, what, 8 percentage points? Let's see. There it goes. Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. That's embarrassing. But yeah, so I do have a 96%, and that's mainly because I'm just testing. So, not that I'm playing that well. So this is kind of cool. Even though this looks redundant, you know, because it's player name and player ID are identical. But if you want to try and track down a friend, this is what you'd use. But because I'm doing a guest account, right, that's why these values are identical. But if you log in through either Google Play or through Game Center, I actually extract your name from those services. So the player name would actually be, you know, in my case, it would say player name, you know, mine is Scary Robot Games, right? And then player ID would actually be Scary Robot Games _1245, right? So for a guest account, that's kind of weird. I just didn't bother to make the code to like hide that. I just thought, you know, it looks quirky, but I mean, it's technically correct. So that makes sense. Excuse me. All right. So that was the info I want to show there. I was demonstrating the way the leveling system works, and hopefully that makes the game more enjoyable for people that you're actually going to play someone, unless they do a reset, right? So obviously I'm in level 7, but I don't play like a level 7 because I've been playing this game for 3 years now. So, you know, that's the only time you'd have to face off against someone, you know, level 7 that's more like a level 40 or something. But that's that. But yeah, thanks for the find, man. I love the quick fixes. Those are fantastic, man. Okay, so put that away, and then we're back here. All right. So yeah, what I want to do is change this from a giant if-then-else collection monstrosity. I'm going to change this to a switch. Okay? So what I need to do is let's see. How do I want to do this? Yeah, okay, I'll do it this way. I'll do this for this part just to set the initial value. Like that. And then I'll do a switch after the fact. Would you be surprised if someone got to be better than you at the game after 3 years practice? No. Actually, and it's funny. I was at, where was I at? Of all places, I was fortunate enough to actually set up at the NAB, National Association of Broadcasters. They were kind enough to let some indie developers here in Las Vegas set up a table. And I actually had this one guy when I was demonstrating the game to all the people that walked by, right? And the guy's like, well, wait, are you trying to tell me that you made this game? And I went, yeah, actually, I'm the developer. And he goes, all right, let's go. What do you mean? He goes, no, I want to play you, man. I want to beat you, right? And it was funny because, you know, at first I was like, okay, dude, you know, that's fine. And I started playing and he started just destroying me. And it's kind of like, uh-oh, I better step up, right? And he won. He beat me. And it was close. It was like one of those things, I think my final shot was like mid-flight when his hit mine. But, yeah, I am not, it's not like I am undefeated. I'm not impervious. You know, and it is funny because people look at it, and the funny thing is they go, oh, well, the game's kind of easy because all you have to do is, like, look at the little notches, right, and just measure it, and then you know from that point on. You think that, but that's not really true because the buildings do shift, right, and depending on where you are in reference, because the launcher could be in 4 different spots in the bottom, right, so you think you have it dialed in, right, but invariably, I've been playing it for years, and I'll still, like, have it, it's like, okay, I think it's here, and I just sail right past it, or I come up short. Right? I don't normally miss side to side. My straight on line is good, but in terms of my distance, where it's much more of a guessing game, I completely miss sometimes. You know, and if you miss a few of those, boom, you can find yourself out of it, but then hopefully one of those little power-up crates, like the sleeping one, will come up, knock your opponent out for 15 seconds, and that gives you a chance to kind of sneak back into the match. And that's hilarious. It's true story, man. He was determined. He was proud of himself, too. He's like, you know, yeah, you know, all right, Mr. Dev Boy. Devs are usually pretty good at their games, but there's always someone better. Absolutely. And I hope that's, you know, a very true story. And I hope that's actually true. I hope that's a situation that even if you are, like, you know, super experienced at it, and maybe it's just me, maybe I quirk out, maybe I don't play it perfectly every time, but my hope is that even if you play the best of best players, they can still have an off moment, right? I mean, think about it. I mean, I go back to Angry Birds again. You know, you can know exactly how an Angry Birds level has to be beat. You know exactly where you have to hit things, but it's still going to take you 20 times to do it because you just have to be off just a little bit and you've missed your target, right? And I'm hoping that's the same thing here, is that, you know, even if you're pro, you're still going to have misses, and that's the hope. Especially the speedrunners. Yeah. I'm just waiting for the day to see someone speedrun below the stone in an hour when I'm expecting it to be a long-term game. You know what'll happen. Make a bot. That's my dream. Well, no, there is actually a bot. The game does have a bot. If you play a one-player game, then or in the situation where it can't find an opponent, because I don't want you to go online and never find anyone to play. So the bot will step in, but the bot is designed to scale his game up or down to match the player's skill set. You know, so but yeah, if you're in a high skill level, that the bot will get really, really good. You know, he won't be perfect, but he will definitely be challenging for sure. That's your dream. The game has got it all. We'll see. Hey, G4MR did a follow. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, G4MR. Thank you, buddy. Or is that? Oh, that's Leak Speak for Gamer, isn't it? I'm old, man. I didn't pick up on that stuff too fast. But thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate that. G4, thanks, buddy. And look at that, you got some other friends in the room here. When can I play it? OP Scripter. You know what? I haven't done this lately, so let me do this now. Time for blatant plugs. Here we go. if you're an Android user, you can head over to Google Play right now and give it a try. So yeah, there is a beta version on Google Play right now. If you can wait a couple days, I mean, literally, this is the last thing I'm wrapping up. So in the next few days, I will have what I consider to be the polished, super polished beta up. Because if you grab the version that's there currently... Ooh, Andrew did a follow. Andrew, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for the follow, Andrew. Appreciate it, buddy. But yeah, so if you get the version that's currently there on Google Play, I've made a bunch of structural changes. So the odds are good that once you get the new version, you're going to have to clear the data out because the game will probably crash on you. Sorry about that, but it's a beta. But so yeah, as I said, if you have Google Play, you can give it a try. If you're an iOS user or if you have an old flip phone, no worries. You can come to my webpage on Scary Robot. There you can find all my previous games as well as the Valley Village webpage. And I have a very, very old version of the game that will play in a web browser. You'll see a lot of differences in terms of just the targeting works by dragging towards the center of the screen, which I changed that a while back, as well as the actual shots themselves are much, much slower. But the rest of the game pretty much plays pretty similar. And as long as I'm doing plugs, also, if you guys want to reach me, there's my Discord. So if I'm not online, I'm always on Discord. Like I said, as I like to say, unless I'm sleeping or dead. Hopefully just sleeping. So, and then, what else we got here? Oh yeah, and if you want to check out any of the other videos, my past broadcasts are here on Twitch, but they only stay for a while. So if you want to see older broadcasts, you can head over to my YouTube channel, and you can find the previous broadcasts on there. So if you want to give those a look. But, yeah. So that's it. And I talked about this too. I'll ask again. You guys can offer your thoughts on this. I'm going to get the Android out first, right? And then I'm going to toss out the iOS version. I have to implement the changes to make that up and running. And then I'll have that available for test flight. So pretty soon, I'll let you guys know, for you Apple users out there, you can let me know what your email is, and I can get you the iOS version through test flight. But I'm also thinking about doing is making a early test version for PC. And as I said, the problem with the PC version, if I do that, is the fact that there'll be no way to actually, for you to generate coins aside from winning matches. Because both watching free videos and purchasing coins are only available for mobile devices. So the only way you'll be able to get coins if you run out is you'll literally have to contact me on Discord and say, hey, I ran out of coins. Could you please add more coins to my account? So that'll be the big caveat of doing a PC version. But the nice thing is it would allow more of you guys to actually try it out. The web version, as I mentioned before, I'm never going to be able to add multiplayer to the web version because of the plugin I'm using. The developer doesn't have any interest in doing WebGL support. So as a result, unfortunately, the browser version will never offer multiplayer, which it sucks, but, I'm at the mercy of the developer there, so... But you guys can offer your thoughts. If you think it is worth the effort to actually produce a PC version that has that kind of weird quirk that you'd have to keep bugging me for, and then this would just be for testing. This wouldn't actually be for the release. I think you answered already, but when or is the iOS coming out? iOS version. Great question. I'm going to do the Android version first, and then I have to plug in the Game Center stuff and get all that stuff set up and produce the actual build for that and get it uploaded. So if things go well, maybe like a week beyond whatever the release time is. So whenever I get the Android version out, I would say give me on the outside a week to get the Apple version out. I'm using, and as long as I'm doing some great plugs here, I got to show you this plugin that I love. Check this thing out. I think it's called iOS Project Builder. Look at this. So anyone that says, I want to do iOS, but I don't have a Mac, look at this. You can actually build an iOS version of your game on your Windows machine. I swear to God. And anyone that looks at this thing kind of goes, well, that's nice, but it doesn't work. No, seriously, if you go look in the store, in the Game Center store, you will find my first game, Poker with Bob, is on there. Poker with Bob, the latest build, never touched my Mac. I mean, it came out of the PC build. So this thing actually does work. So it's a matter of if I can get this thing, and what you have to do is sort of like extract all of your, what are they called? The provisional files and all that kind of stuff. You have to migrate that over and access all that data. But once it's set up, you can not only create the build, right, but you can actually upload it to Apple from a Windows device. You know, just long as, and as you read the phrasing, it's because you have to have a Mac, right? Because it's sort of like the idea is that you're doing a dual boot. And I do have a Mac Mini, so I mean, I'm still playing by Apple's rules of saying there has to be a Mac somewhere. But yeah, what do you do? I don't need Mac's Xcode. You need a Mac to set up everything initially, right? So you have to borrow someone's Mac to get all of your data initially set up. But once that's done, I'll send you my email address for test flight if you don't mind. Absolutely. Dragon Dust, welcome, buddy. Yeah, either send it to me here or come hang out on my Discord, which, once again, in case you missed that, I'll throw that out here again. There's my Scary Robot Games Discord, so you can find me there. So whisper either on here or just hit me up on Discord, and I'll add you to the iOS list. But I feel like if I was going to get this on PC, I'd really want to have that multiplayer competitive. And you would, you know, I mean, it'd be there, but as I said, if you run out of coins, you're gonna have to like say, please, could you like add more coins to my account? So I'm on the fence on that. I guess it'll totally hinge on how many people download it on the Android and iOS versions. If enough people start playing the beta versions, the finished beta versions, then that may not even be an issue. But, you know, if I'm looking at it and I'm going, God, I really like more active players, then I may pursue that temporary PC build. You know, and as I discussed before, the complication with the PC is how do I monetize that one? A please give me coins button that automatically sends me an email. I could do that, actually. I could, because I do have that already, where I have the send feedback button here, right? So if you hit this, right, and I do want you guys to use this. Once I actually send this out for beta, I do want you guys to please use this button. When you find stuff that's broken, I didn't say if. You notice I did say when you find stuff broken. I'm not cocky enough to think that this game is bulletproof. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Boom. Here, you can actually give me feedback if you see something, and if you hit send, right, it just throws me an email. So I could actually do that on a PC version. It's like need more coins. The catch is that you won't know when I actually receive that email. On Discord, there'd be much more quicker response. You know, just run a crypto miner, dude. Man, that's crazy. I mean, I you guys are probably on Meetup.com, but you know, it seems like crypto groups here, at least in Las Vegas, crypto groups pop up like every 4 days. There's a new crypto mining group on Meetup. That's crazy stuff. That's one way to piss off your player base. Exactly. I do know a gentleman here who's a pretty successful businessman that has an entire garage set up for Bitcoin mining. Although that was about a year and a half ago, so I don't know if he's still doing that or not. But yeah, I have not delved into the world of Bitcoins or any crypto mining, anything. The only crypto I do is the crypto player prefs. That's as far as my crypto reaches right there. All right. So let me switch card type. Most volatile market on the planet Earth. Seriously, man. It is, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? You know, and I do have friends that have delved into it, and more power to them. You know, I think it is a fantastic, I won't go into any kind of political discussions here, but I think it is a fantastic potential tool, you know, for, you know, passing money around. But because of the fluctuations, because it's one of those things that they can like fly all over the place, it is sort of like kind of, you know, scary, you know, that your money could like fly up and down in terms of value, you know. So that's the key reason why I've never played with it. But more power to the ones that do. All right, switch. So if we go case, and then, oh, I can't spell case, can I? So if we'll say case, and if we're going to say card type is string, so if we'll say icon, start with that one. Oh, oops. It helps when you use the right terminology, doesn't it? Feel like that. Say break. so many hundreds of millions of dollars getting hacked from wallet software companies that hold your cryptocurrency. Yeah, I think that's the scary thing about it too, is because, the banks, so to speak, right? The computers that hold the individual data, those, outliers, with, at least if it's a bank like a Bank of America or something similar, you're determined today, aren't you? What? It's only 4 o'clock. We still got time. I'll throw the disc for you in a little while, I promise. Just give me like another 20 minutes, okay? Yes, give me 20 minutes. Yeah, because like with Bank of America, if a branch gets robbed, you don't go, oh God, there goes all my money, because you know that Bank of America is this giant institution, right? But when a when a Bitcoin machine gets totally destroyed, right? Anyone that was in that machine, they're toast, man. That, to me, that is enough to make me kind of go, yeah, no, I'm out. I mean, I if someone gave me like a coin or two, I would be, thank you. I got it. Okay, yeah, it popped up on my phone. I'll check it out after the stream, and I'll add you to the list for sure. Thank you, Dragon Dust. Thank you much. And like I said, I don't have an ETA yet for the iOS version, but it should, hopefully, if everything drops into place nicely, it shouldn't be too long after I upload the Android version for you guys to start playing with on test flight. I wish Apple made it a little easier. With Android, it's just so much easier to like throw it out there and get everyone on board. Actually, I don't have to throw it out. You guys come to me. You go to Google Play and download it. But Apple with their test flight, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, well, thanks for giving it a try, man. I mean, prematurely, but thanks for giving the game a try, Dragon Dust. All right, what I'll do, rather than go through all these guys, I'm gonna just break these out first. So, icon, villager, and then the launcher. Grab this right here. All right, so I'm going to do this as a case kind of thing, so I can try and find the proper choice and then hopefully make this go a little bit faster and then do the end result afterwards. Rockstar Coder did a follow. Thank you, Rockstar Coder. Thanks, man. I hope my quasi-terrible coding didn't throw you off too much, man. But thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, buddy. Awesome. Excuse me. All right. So then I can follow what I was doing down here. I can borrow this. All right. And then I can recycle some of this code down here. So let's go if is equal to -1. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I can actually just do it this way. Let me just grab all this stuff here. Throw it up here like this. Boom. All right. So what we're trying to do now is offer the player a new launcher, right? And then we look to see if the launcher is available. If there's no launchers available to unlock for him, then we'll move on to a villager. If that's not available, then we try and find at least an icon. All right. So then I need to set up some code that handles if it's actually successful. Else, launcher found. All right. Yeah, this would be clean. So if I do it this way, and then I'll have some code down here that says, okay, what did we actually find, right? So I'm going to do 2 case examples, case codes here. Excuse me. One that actually finds which item we can unlock, and then one that actually unlocks it and tells the player it has been unlocked. Okay. Which, yeah, it gets handled in this section too. I was wondering why my game's API isn't finding your game because I see it in the Google Play Store, but I guess because it's unreleased that it won't let me pull your game data yet. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that's the way the Google Play worked on that. But, yeah, it should be there. That link should be, let's see. Let me double check to make sure that the link didn't change or anything. Quick search here. Yep, it's still there. Let's see, my downloads, according to this, are over 100. Whatever, that's nice and vague statement. Excuse me. I can see why people dislike crypto miners. Number one, they earn off of you in the background, uses way too much of the device's resources until the point where your phone just might blow up in your face. That's greedy. But if an application is mining ethically, I'd rather support it than an application forcing me to watch a bunch of ads I don't want to watch anyways. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting take on it. Remind me when it's released, and I'll put your game on my front page of my site. Awesome. Canadian Sean, thank you, man. I appreciate that offer. I'll definitely take you up on that. OP Scripter, I agree. To an extent. You know, it's with the mining, I guess if you had something where someone could voluntarily say, yes, I will let you mine on my phone. Otherwise, you know, for me, you still have options, right? You can either, number one, the best solution is don't lose. If you don't lose, you don't have to buy more coins, right? Number two, if you don't want to watch the videos, and that's fine. Oh, it is consent. Okay. Then you can just buy them outright, too. You know, you can just purchase them. That's an interesting concept. That might be something I might look at a future date if I felt like cryptocurrency was getting a little more stable. But it seems to me because of the fluctuations, you would literally have to update your crypto value, by the hour, but is that by the minute or by the millisecond? Because of the way it kind of swings up and down, you know. Suddenly an item that sold for $1 one day sells for $5,000 the next. Exaggeration, but you get the point. All right, so then I'm going to put it actually up in here. Else, say launcher found. When we send that info on, if that, say, else, in this case, it was the villager found. Villager found, and then find locked icon. Yeah, and that would actually still come up as this, so I'll drop this in here like this. Oops. I broke that. Like that. Oh crap, what did I do? Let me back up here. I just want that section. Alright. So if he's good, then we say here. Like that. Wait, why is that? Yeah, he's there, so why did you do that? There it goes. Alright, the formatting was just getting a little nutty there for a second. It was thinking too hard and messing up. Alright. So, and then here, if we reach this point, that means we found nothing to offer. So we won't even just show, there's nothing to show. Otherwise, we'll say that we, icon found. There we go. I feel like its crypto is still most popular in third world countries with a corrupt or very poor government. Yeah, dude, that makes sense, man. If you have some situation where you have like hyperinflation or something, yeah, I mean, as much as cryptocurrency fluctuates, at least that's infinitesimal compared to a 10,000% inflation rate. So that would totally make sense. That would totally make sense. I see what you're saying there for sure. Icon found. So then we do that. Okay, cool. This else case is never executed. It isn't? It is the same as the outer if. You mean, wait, you're talking about, well, no, because these are three different if. I mean, yes, you see, sorry. That's because I didn't update this. Here you go. Thank you. Once again, copy paste is bite me in the butt. There. Does that look a little bit better there? There you go. So now we're actually doing different searches on that. So yes, you were totally right on that. Thank you. I would have figured that out eventually when the code failed to run correctly. So we're checking for the launcher, right? If the launcher comes back as -1, that means it found nothing. So then search for villager. If the villager comes back as -1, fine. Let's move on and find ourselves a icon. And if icon is nothing, then we literally found nothing. So, yeah, thanks, Good Eyes, man. Thank you. I love my copy-paste, but you see how often it bites me. Alright, so then this would be show info, much better. Yeah. Yeah, it went from totally busted to not busted. You know, that's good. Show info on, this would be, icon card. Now come down here. Where are we at? We're at 410. On villager card. I don't know. Do I want to try and start tackling the actual display of this stuff? 104% better. Jerk. Just because I don't know my numerator and denominator. Come on, man. It's one or the other. One divides into the other one. What's the big difference? If you get them backwards, what's the worst that could happen? Someone is like insanely good. I guess the irony is that the worse they were, the better their percentage rating would be, right? But that's fixed now. Okay. What could go wrong? Cats and dogs living together. Alright, so my girlfriend sleeps above the covers. 4 feet above the covers. Uh-oh, sorry. Slipping into Ghostbusters there for a second. Okay. So it's nothing. So if we ever hit this, then nothing's going to happen. It just moves along. And it'll update the card count. So hopefully next time it comes around, there'll be something else for them to actually unlock. They would have unlocked a new villager or something like that. So if only SpaceX had that philosophy with billion-dollar landing rockets. Okay. I think what I might do here, and I need to add this to the other guys as well. So, let's see. Card. Do I have? Okay. Do I even have those prefabs yet? That's a great question. Yeah, I do. Okay, these guys are right here. Good. And I was testing this before. Alright, yeah, good. So this is my example code. So I'll leave that, and then... So this was the test one I was doing where it's displaying it properly. Card villager. So this is for villager. So I'll use this as my template and should be able to apply it across the board. So guess what? Congratulations. You got a new villager card that's going to get displayed. Excuse me. Bump, bump, bump. Shows all that. Show card now. 3. Oh, and I need this. Actually, I need this value to come back. So in this case, all I need to do is feed it. The villager search is Victor 2. So that'll work nicely. Alright, I'm copying and pasting again. Let's hope I don't blow this up. Oh wait, why is that saying villager? Launcher file. On launcher card. Yep, that's why that was wrong. What do you think about merge plane? Is some time killer game? Dude, I'm totally 1, 2, 3 prawn, by the way. Copy paste? Yeah, I'm all about copy paste. Even though it fails me so much of the time. Merge plane? Talking about this guy? I've not heard of it. It's got lots of needs a major bug, needs attention. Is this the one we're talking about here? Copy. Holds breath. Is it that scary? Is it like that much I'm messing up here? Instantiate. Okay, so this is the launcher. Man, just to prove you wrong. Unlock card launcher. I'm gonna do my copy paste without a single mistake. By the way, 123 Prawn, welcome, buddy. So no, give me some info on the merge plane. Is that something that you worked on, or just something you like playing? If so, man, I have no qualms with people that want to like pimp their own stuff. If you guys want to talk about your own stuff, I have no qualms with that. Absolutely. Unless it's like a really crappy game, or if it's like a really amazing game. If it's a really amazing game, I don't want you to tell me about it, because I'm just gonna get depressed and want to like stop working on mine. So it has to be that threshold of like comparable to mine. That's all I ask for. Kidding. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Send message. Show card now. Yep. Nice clicker. I'm on 27 level plane now. Oh, it's a clicker game. Okay. I have to confess, I'm not a big clicker player myself, but if for those that are out there, that's cool. If it's a fun game, I'm a little more trigger happy than that. I need something more. Although I do have a let me fire up the old. If you like clicking, then come on, buddy, come back to me. Where's my turn off the main menu here for a second? There you go. Come back here to gameplay mode. There you go. I have a quasi-equivalent of clicker mode, right? The little green pluses here. When you send villagers out to repair buildings, the green plus lights up, and if you click on it, if you just tap on it really fast, the villagers rebuild the buildings faster. So there's my nod to clicker play, but I have a lot more going on than just that, I'm afraid. Unless it's a really crappy game. I was about to start talking about my game. Guess I'll leave. Don't even try it, dude. I was watching your stuff last night. I mean, blow the stone, man. What I saw last night was already looking really pretty. But where are you guys at in terms of your time frame? I mean, are you like in the process? It looks like you're just getting things ramped up. You're still making all the original content. I'm kind of curious. You've been working on it for like 5 days, 5 years. In my case, it's usually in the years phase, but no, I like what I saw, man. The 2D art stuff was that little pixel art stuff was looking really cool. All right, so show card now, and then we're not sending villager search. We're sending launcher search. Yes. See, you thought I was gonna mess this up, didn't you? Launcher search, and then finally icon card. And I'm gonna copy paste again. Hold your breath. Here we go. Copy paste. Unlock card. Icon. Transparent. That's good. That's good. And then that's cool. Send object now. Oh wait. Actually, show card now. I'm gonna have to probably set this up differently because the show card now I think is looking for vector 2. Crap. So I'm gonna have to do a different version. Crap. What did I call that? Unlock card. Oh, it's a separate script, so I'm actually fine with that. That's actually not a big deal. I do have to update it though. Launcher, so this would be icon search. Passes out. Am I taking too long? The Jeopardy music run out there on me? Or just too stressful? Wait, is it the green wire or the blue wire? Is it the green wire or the blue? Just cut them both. Alright, so this is pretty much straightforward stuff, so I think I'm good with all those. Although I need to do that for all these different iterations as well. So, what I made, let's see. Yeah, we've been working on it like last year around August. Okay, we had to take a little break for school during fall though. We're kind of trying to get it going. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you guys look like you're making great headway though. I mean, for a game that you just started in August, you said? Is that what I read there? August, yeah, August, September, October, November, December. So yeah, you were like 5 months in. That's cool, guys. That's awesome, man. Yeah, and I'll definitely jump on your plus. I missed a plus in there somewhere. Plus comma. That's a scary statement. What did I miss? All right. So icons. There were times where I had to backtrack on my code. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Dude, I know all about backtracking. He had to correct me. Yeah. No, I totally get that, man. The proverbial, well, I mean, just from what you were doing originally, where you were drawing out the below the stone in your display, right? From that to where you had it, the picture you put on Discord, I noticed you had a lot more detailed dungeon setup. So that looks like you've already made great headway. When we first started the game, I was a Unity amateur, still am, but well, if you guys are in school, I'm guessing you're probably actually getting classes to teach you how not to suck at the stuff. I'm the old fart, so when I was in school, we didn't have electricity, much less computers, so I didn't really get the same benefits of learning all this stuff back in the day. Alright, show card now, so we need this to actually be a vector 3. And it's probably going to hate that somewhere in here. Card info. Oh, no, actually, I guess not. Okay, so icons, card needed, that's, okay. So the first one will be island, which I can... Let's see, cards needed is... Okay, yeah, I'm just showing the... Actually, I guess I don't really need that, do I? It's villager... Okay, so it's... Okay. Villager icons. Cards needed. So... Oh, did I put them all in the same? I have to look at my own code here for a second. Yeah, kinda. LOL. My major in college is computer science, and honestly, the CS classes I've have taught some important things about algorithm development. Oh, that's sweet. That's good, man. Must have been hard with no running water and fighting off velociraptors too, while you were trying to learn. Yes, but you know what? I tell you, man, there is nothing more refreshing than fresh velociraptor flesh, man. I mean, to like build the bone strong. You know, and we didn't have toothpicks, so we just took the velociraptor claws, you know, and we'd pick our teeth clean every night, you know. So yeah, they always say that, like, you know, it was the asteroid that came and, like, comet that took out the dinosaurs. It was me, man. I was hungry and they were tasty. So yeah, if you want to know why there are no dinosaurs now, blame it on me. Raptor flesh. Raptor jerky. I'm telling you, man. You put that over the fire, you dehydrate that puppy. Oh, then there's some good eating. Uh-huh. Alright. So, oh, this game object. Okay, so, that's finding that. Depending on which one I guess I don't really care, because I am just... You know what? I guess that is true. So if I just send 2... Because... The island is me when I actually create the right... when I load in the right one. So, yeah. Actually, I guess I didn't need that, because if it's villager, up and down, and that's the card needed... Tastes like chicken. It truly does. Except for brachiosauruses. They're really fatty, man. You'd be surprised, you know. I mean, they're just eating leaves all day, but that's some fatty dinosaurs right there. So I would stick with the T-Rexes or the Velociraptors. They're definitely the best eaten. Yes, I'm that old. I was not a next door neighbor of Fred Flintstone, but we did live in the same neighborhood. He's had experience of this stuff. Let's see. Yeah, that's why I live in Vegas, because, you know, we're surrounded by all this desert terrain. So, you know, if all the, you know, if civilization collapses, I can just revert back to my desert living. Experienced, not old. I'll take that. There you go. It's not the years, it's the mileage, to quote Indiana Jones. Okay. Alright, so actually I don't have to send... All right, now I gotta check this again what I'm actually doing here. So I'm kind of confusing myself because I know it's I need the yeah, I need the no, I do. I need the villager and the value and which icon it is. So there is 3 different things going on there. All right. So I may have set this one up incorrectly. My show card now for the icons. All right, let me check that out real quick. Icons group. Yeah. Let's bring this over here because there's literally 25 or 24 different things that it could be. Villager 1. DC. So I actually do have all. So it's just a single array. Okay. So actually that does work. Okay. This was actually a smart idea to do it this way. So and come back to this. So this is correct actually. So if I show card now and I send it actually this vector 3. Let's see, not clickable like mad. It's earnings coins and you buy more. Perfect plane, maybe. Thanks for answering my success and good motivation for your projects. You good person. I think that. Thank you. Thank you, Prawn123. Yeah, and thanks for the link. You know, yeah, like I said, I'm not a big clicker person myself, but if anyone else is interested, I definitely say give that a look. I mean, look polished. Definitely look polished, but I don't think you answered if that was just a, or you did. I think you just said that that you enjoy playing that one. So that's cool. It makes sense though. Prawn is not following. Thank you, Prawn. Thank you so much for the follow, buddy. Thank you, thank you. That's awesome. All right. So let me go. Let's see. So I need the X value. I do need that. So I say int. Let me check. So the X is going to be the villager. Okay, good. That is correct. So, and it's 1. So we say card info X, and I'm going to say -1 because I want that to work off the first villager there. So -1 times, is it 5? The cards are actually 5, 6, so that'd be 6. So let's see. Plus that. So this gets me, in essence, this gets me my villager. This little code right here gets me which villager we're talking about, and then this one goes across left or right on which one it is, and then cards needed will actually be the Z value. So that should update correctly, although it's not happy yet. Am I missing? There it is. Okay. Nope, we're still not happy. Oh, because that's why. Int. There it is. Excuse me. I forgot because I was dealing with a vector. Even though I promised it was going to be an int, it didn't believe me, so I had to prove to it that it was truly an int. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So that should grab that data correctly. And that should display it. All right. I think we're actually close to trying this out. 5. Oh no, actually that's not going to be right because it's going to be 0. Card info -1. So it's 0, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think that's actually 5, not 6, because I skip. You see, there's no A over here. I'm skipping the first card because that's always unlocked. So that's not actually 6 cards across. It's actually 5 cards across. Excuse me. That's convoluted. I'm sorry about that. All right. So let's jump back up here. All right. And then... Alright, so what I'm going to do, just to test this out, is... I guess I should do this for all 3 of them, because I think this code is solid. So let me just apply this to all of them. So icon. Borrow this code. I'm copying and pasting, but I'm not making changes. So... it's less chance of me breaking everything this time. So icon search. We found that. Otherwise, now I have to decide. So if we're trying to find an icon, if we don't find an icon, we'll just move up and see if we can find a... oh, because I'm just defining it twice now? Is that why we don't like that? Wait. If... Alright, what did I mess up here? The icon is found. Oh, no, no, no. That's why. Is equal to -1? Alright, so it goes in here. That's why. Okay. Alright. Move this back over. Okay. Okay, so I think you're breaking a record today. 17 viewers. Yeah, it's been up and down, but that's, yeah, it's fantastic. I appreciate all you guys hanging out with me for sure. I mean, it's nice because you guys are actually witnessing what is the tail end of a 3-year development process. Even though I've only been streaming since October. But actually just since October, the amount of stuff I've actually plowed through. But yeah, thank you so much for you guys hanging out, man. I appreciate the chatting. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Definitely makes it more enjoyable for me, for sure. Although I probably would have finished sooner, and my dog would be happier because I'd be throwing the F word that I can't say. It's kind of getting dark, but she'll have to forgive me. You know, I give her food every night, so she should appreciate me anyways. Okay, so then if we don't find the icon for yeah, if we don't find icon, then let's wait. Why are you still hating this? Oh, because it's okay. Because it's already defined, right? So if I delete that, it should be happy. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, not falling for it, man. Yeah, I did. I think I peaked up there around 21 today. That's cool, man. That is so awesome. I think I think you guys are awesome for hanging out with me for sure. All right. So there's no icon. So then we'll search for a villager next. All right, so then that will go in here. Let me space this out to make sure I know what I'm doing here. Good. All right. Ah! All right. Did you see that? That was not me. Stupid. Look at that. It's like really glitching on me. I'm just like tapping it and it's like getting 20 presses there. If then... else. Alright. Seeing double digit is satisfying. Yeah, it truly is, dude. It really is, man. I totally agree. You know, and it's... I think the daytime stream is definitely more conducive to getting people to hang out. The nighttime was fun. I had a couple of diehards that were hanging around when I was doing the nighttime, when I was doing the freelance gig during the day. But I think there's a lot more people that can hang out with you. So, vector 2. Alright, why are you... Oh, because I got it down here as well? Alright, this is just... Let me undo this. I got off track here. It broke. Alright. Oh, really? You forgot my copy-paste just now. You're a jerk. Let's try this again. That's the whole thing. Toss it in here. Night streams are really nice for talk. Oh, okay. There you go. Alright. So then we're happy with this so far? Yes. Let's see. If locked villagers, if that is equal to that. Oh, did I not get that? Or did I? Uh-oh. Did I do this wrong down below? Villager. If, then, else. Oh, found villager. Okay, I just didn't copy this code. My mistake. That was incomplete copy-paste. There, that fixes that. So if it's -1, there it goes. And distracting. Yeah, very good. Very true. All right. So, and there may be a cleaner way to do this, but it's still going to work. Excuse me. It's I guess I could send out for each check rather than have it multiple times. Excuse me. All right. So then now we're looking for the icon. If it doesn't find the icon, search for the villager, right? If it doesn't find the villager, then it will reluctantly search for a launcher. There. Find launcher. And let's see. Vector 2 is... Why do you hate that now? Yeah, so... Clearing the scope because that name is used elsewhere. Alright, so then if I kill that, you're gonna be happy? No, it's still not. Okay, so then where am I declaring it otherwise? Down below? Yeah. And it's still upset about it. Wait, why did I get the villager down there? Okay. So we're happy now. Let it build to make sure I'm not breaking all this stuff here. No errors. Good. So let's swing back in here. And I don't know why it's so fussy about this. Fine, I'll just do it this way. Say if villager search and launcher search is find locked launcher. If launcher search is equal to -1, then there's nothing there. Alright, I don't know why it keeps complaining about that. I mean, I know I have some down there, but... Cannot be declared in scope because an enclosing local scope to define a local parameter. But I'm not seeing it. Unless it's this guy. And now it's happy. Okay, that was the one. I just had that guy down below that I had to knock that out. So I just played Valley Village. I was super close, but I won with 11% hit points. Did I just almost lose to a bot? Yeah? Hey, you know, a win is a win, right? You know, any landing you can walk away from is considered a good landing. You know, anytime your villagers are jumping up and down and not swimming away getting chased by the sharks, yeah, that's a good match. You've done well. What? What? It's okay, I know it's 4:30. I know. You can tell time and you know it's time for the disc. But I'm just trying to finish. They want me to finish. I'm like so close to being done. Why can't you let me just be done? There it is. Yeah. So that is that is Penny. That is my dog. That is her way of telling you, no, you shut up now and you throw me the disc. she's she's not happy. Doggy, she did. That was you thought that was an accident. She's a very, very smart dog. Scary so. All right. So nothing found at all. So I think that might, let's see. Icon. I still got to do the villager. Oh wait, now we were happy before. Why are you hating this now? Oh, okay. So then I'll go back to, this is what, vector 2, right? Launcher search would be a vector 2. So then why was it wanting it to be, ow. Alright. Now you can't have it both ways. You cannot complain about it. You're a jerk. Fine, I'll do it this way. Launcher search 2. There. Fine, jerk. That's strange. So it was complaining that it was undeclared, but then when I declared it, it's like, no, you already declared it. Okay. Simple fix, just throw a 2 on the end of it. Let's see. Have you considered hiring your wife as a concept artist for future larger projects? Yeah, I've talked about this one before. We tried that back in the day when I was just starting to play around with some game dev stuff using, back in the day it was Blitz Basic. So this would have been, what, like early 2000s. And we tried it, but we quickly discovered that we could either make games together or we could be married. We couldn't do both. So we basically decided that it was going to work better if we just kind of like, she does her thing and I do mine. So, you know, and I mean, to the couples that are able to actually do that, you know, more power to you, man. That's fantastic if you can have that relationship where you can really support each other. But in our case, no, unfortunately, it didn't really fly too well, you know, and I enjoy the company of my wife and I want to keep her around, so I decided that I would not pursue that any further. True story. Alright, so if that, I do need to actually add the launcher down here. I need to, if that, we did find a launcher, so grab this code. I could just grab this. Show launcher. Bumped heads. I completely understand how that can happen. Yeah, it's just because, I mean, it's a challenge because invariably in one of those situations, it doesn't work well to have just a true equal partnership. You have to have someone that's sort of like saying this is what we're going to be doing and one person that's on board with it. And, you know, and I mean, just, I mean, it's totally understandable. Her enthusiasm initially was like great and she was banging out some art, but then over time she's like, I'd rather go do other stuff, you know. And so, and during that time too, it was a situation where since I was just starting to play with it, there was no money in it, right? So I'm asking her to volunteer her free time to do that kind of stuff, you know. And I'm still in a situation where I don't have the resources financially to hire her, especially not considering she actually works for a casino company here in Vegas, and she does 2D art for slot machines in casinos. Excuse me. So what she's getting paid by her company now is way beyond what I could pay her. So, you know, there's no incentive for her to like do that, you know. But I mean, given time, if you know, if I got fortunate enough that the company blew up, you know, and you know, revenue was more of a viable concept and I did not have to be a one-man wrecking crew, then that's something we could actually revisit, maybe, for sure. I mean, if I brought her on as like a full-time employee and could pay her, you know, then I would have a better chance of saying, this is what we need to do, here's the deadline, and go do it. But yeah, we're not at that point. But yeah, it's a good question. How about you guys? Any of you guys have like significant others, girlfriends, boyfriends that you share your burden with? I'm curious about that for sure. All right, let me make sure I did not error this out. It's thinking about it. It's always tense, man, when the wheel is spinning and it's just like that, like the teacher grading your paper. Look at that. No red. Okay, so then finally I need to check the villager. So we'll say here. So we check there if oh, I didn't grab everything, did I? Villager down here, else villager found. Hiring a girlfriend to work sounds pretty cool. It on paper, dude, it's absolutely excuse me. But I mean, yeah, and if you truly hire her, right? If you're like going, here's your hourly rate, you know, here's your benefits, all that kind of stuff, then it's a much more viable concept. But if it's one of those things that you're still just starting out, you know, and it's like, well, you know, I can't pay you yet, but you know, then it's a harder challenge. All right. Excuse me. Yeah, I guess I could have, rather than have this redundantly displayed a bunch of times, I could have done something where I send out each search. So if I revise this code, that would definitely be the way I would approach it. So I'll do that so it won't bump heads with the one that's down below. All right, so if there's no villager, then... So if you're looking for a villager, then I'll go search for an icon next, and then there's no icon, then I'll actually just go look for a launcher. So say vector 3 icon search. I don't want all that crap. All right, I'll take it all, but... Alright, I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I know you're gonna hate it like crazy, but give me a second to clean it up. If there's nothing there, then we come down to this one, and we purge all this crap out. Villager. Really? That's what I want to... Okay. This is where I need to purge. This section right here. There. My fiance has the brain of a scientist, so when I get to creative and share some ideas, we can bump heads. It happens. Yeah, I had this happen, and I'm sure you did too as an artist. People come up to you and ask you to work on their project. Oh, yeah. When you ask if they get paid, they say, I can't pay you, but when it comes out, you get recognition. Yeah, recognition. Working in the visual effects industry, the term they frequently use is exposure, which I respond is like, you mean the same thing you get when you're dropped in the middle of Alaska with no clothes on in the middle of the winter? That kind of exposure? Yeah. So, yeah. I think exposure is fine. I think I discussed this a couple days ago. I think exposure is totally fine if you're new, right? If you're coming out of school and you don't have any experience, then it becomes a concept of mutual exploitation, right? You know, you need the opportunity to have a project to work on, and they need someone that's willing to work for less or free, right? So you're exploiting the fact that the person has no history, excuse me, and as a student with no experience, you're exploiting the fact that they're giving you the opportunity, you know? So, and I mentioned that too. The first job I got working at Digital Domain, even though I had done a bunch of animation work and animated projects on my own, on smaller scale, I had done nothing in Hollywood, right? So I had a hard time convincing them that I was able to do the work. And when they finally agreed to it, they lowballed me, man. They lowballed me with a rate that the guys sitting around me were getting paid multiples of what I was getting paid. And I was fine with it, you know? They were taking a risk on me because they didn't know if I could produce. But then after a while, when I demonstrated that I could produce, then I said, okay, guys, now pay me a decent rate. And they went, well, we're not sure. And I went, okay, cool, bye. And I went somewhere else to another place that would pay me more, which is ironic because my dream was just to work at Digital Domain, which I got to work a couple of times over the years, you know. So I have no qualms with that, you know. But aside from that, for anyone that is truly experienced, you know, that has a lot of work experience and has bills to pay, then yeah, exposure does nothing for me. Absolutely not. I've had producers basically ask me to scratch their back first before they produced anything I wrote, right? And I mean, it's a tough call. You know, if you don't have, and I think we might have discussed this before, if you don't have anything, you know, then it's a bigger challenge to try and convince them to back you from the start. But yeah, it's tough, man. That's a tough choice for sure. All right. So that goes away. So then we're saying villager search. We're doing a village search. If you can't find that, we do icon search. Yeah, that's correct. And if you can't find an icon, then only then go search for a launcher. Let me see if I find launcher. Good, I can borrow this code. That'll work nicely. Right in here. All right, so it was convoluted, but it did come together. After a while, the pro is that you can weed those type of people out very quickly after enough experience. Yeah, too true, man. All right, so we're going to try and find a villager. If we can't find a villager, then find a icon. If you can't find an icon, then look for launcher. If nothing, then skip. So there's launcher, there's icon, and there's search. And let's see if we got lucky and did that without another mistake. We're good. Cool. All right, so I'm going to cheat this so I can just test this out, because I just did a ton of code without testing it once. Current count is so I say current count is, I'm going to override this just for testing. Say it's current count is equal to 0, which means that it's time to show a card. All right. Debug log. Time to show a card. Don't know if this is gonna crash or burn. That was a ton of code. All this stuff I just threw in here, convoluted as it is. And I guess I gotta actually play a quick game to test this. So I'm sorry about this, but I mean, it's cool if someone is jumping in and hasn't seen the game played. You can get a quick rundown. I'm gonna play. It's gonna time out, and I'll be playing a bot here. Wait for it. There it goes. All right, so I'm playing Guest 1248, otherwise known as Mr. AI. All right, so I'll burn through this as fast as I can. In case there's any new people, I say it's like Angry Birds kind of gameplay, right? So you drag your finger back. And the objective here, is not to miss. The objective is to go after these bouncing buildings, because the bouncing buildings actually power the force field. So if you knock all these buildings down, like that, you can knock down the force field, and you can hit the catapult, and it's game over. These crates pop up randomly. Whoever shoots it scores it. Like that. So now for 15 seconds, you can see all those villagers are snoozing. So for 15 seconds, I get to wail away on him, and he just gets to sit here and watch. Oh, but I miss. Talk about wasted opportunity. Alright. Oh, and I missed again. So, remember what I said? Even though I've been playing this stupid game for 3 years? I'm not trying to miss, man. I'm actually trying to, like, burn through this fast. But it does demonstrate the fact that even if you think you got it dialed in, you can still make mistakes. You played your girlfriend, totally beat your girlfriend. Careful now. That can go bad quickly. Oh! Ah, did you see that? His reload meter was almost up. I say respect. He almost got his shield back up in time. That was like a fraction of a second. And oh, it aired out, didn't it? Look at that. Crap. All right, where did I crash and burn? I held back for quite some time. Smart man. Object 2, instantiate, unlock card launcher. Okay, what did you not like about that? I know. We're overdue. I'm sorry. Just let me finish. I'm so close. I'm so close. Just let me... My dog is way too smart. She can tell time way too well. It's 5 o'clock. She's upset. Alright. Really? Instantiate unlock card launcher. Oh, maybe it's not actually unlock card launcher of... Okay, so it's actually trying to tell me that it doesn't... Did I not actually attach it? That'd be stupid. Oh, I didn't. Oh, crap. That's my fault. I forgot to actually do the assignment down here. So, good. That's a fixable thing. So we put the icons in here, and then launcher group goes in here. Cool. All right. So it couldn't actually fire up the card because the prefab wasn't even associated yet. Although I'm going to have to fix that. It's hard-coded right now, but I need that to be dynamic. So I'm going to have to change that here pretty soon. But at least for testing. Because, once again, I'm going to have different island themes. So I can't just have it hard-coded to that one. Alright, now we're... And then this is randomized. I come up with a number that looks like it's plausible. So hopefully I'm disguising it well enough that, you know, it plays like a human. And it feels like you're playing against a human. So it feels like you're playing a fair match. But the goal there is to just... So people don't feel like there's no one ever to play online, right? And the objective by throwing in a bot that comes in only when there's no one else literally online to play against is hopefully that means that there will always be players to play against. So the goal is that you will never have to play against a bot. You'll always get to play against a human, but if I do this well, you won't know the difference. You know, it'll still feel like a balanced game. Right? Oh, and sorry, I didn't mention before, too. He's sending out villagers to repair buildings, which you can do, but then he only has 2 villagers left on his launcher, which means that he's firing twice as slow as me. I got 4 guys, which means I can just wail away and destroy him like that. She wouldn't try and get the boost boxes. Yeah, and depending on which ones they are, I mean, the speed-up ones, I'll ignore those myself, too. Oh, it did. Look at that. We got closer. It did actually pop up the villager card. Oh, man. That's good. We were actually pretty close. Check it out. Index out of range. Okay. So I'll have to do some tinkering to make sure that I'm sending all the values correct. But the good news is dude, that's fantastic. I'm still very happy. So all of my code here, this, we can sort of like, because this is all redundant, right? The fact that it actually did fire that card up and displayed it, that it's doing that correctly. It's not throwing up the proper villager, so I'm sending it some incorrect data, which I can track down. But my point is that we're coming up to 5 o'clock, so guys, I think I might be winding down here. That was a ton of stuff we got done today, but I feel really great about this, guys. And yeah, don't be surprised, I will be working on this in the weekend. I gotta watch me some football. It is playoff time, but I will definitely be devoting some more time to get this knocked out. Do you think repair speed needs a buff, or is this just sort of a situation with a bot knowing when to stop? The repair speed? No, well, I mean, I think the repair speed is actually, I'd like to think it's pretty well balanced. It's a combination of a couple of factors. It's a combination of, you know, which village you're using, because there is a slight variance, and also if they're actually using the rebuild meter. So I'll show you here. If the AI would actually hit a building, come on, buddy. There it goes. All right. So if I throw out a couple of villagers here, right, and you can see the meter going slow, right? But if I just start wailing away, here's the click game, right? Like that. Boom. Check it out. Yeah, it's going much, much faster. Or if I go crazy and send out all 4, right? Watch, and if I start clicking, watch that meter jump. You can see a difference. Watch how, see how that meter jumps there? So, I think that the repair meter, if you just leave them to their own devices, right? And you only have a couple guys out, it may not actually go that fast. But if you're just doing it like this way, I mean, you know, I'm keeping up with what the AI is doing, right? He's not getting any lead on me. I mean, I'm not I'm not making any headway, of course. Jerk! The jerk just shot my... Look at that. He did it twice, you jerk. He's playing like a human, man. He's being like a vindictive human. Hit my same building. Stop hitting my same building, you jerk. Okay, fine. I'm going to come back, bring him back. So, I don't know. You guys can tell me. Once you actually start... I was just seeing the bot, like, full on focusing on repairing, and you just clobbered him. Yeah, and part of that is also because of my playstyle, you know, and because that's what I was referencing before. So if you come back here and we look at my player info, right? Give me one sec. Boom. I'm a level 7. So right now the bot is actually playing a level 7 kind of skill set. But my gameplay is not level 7. My gameplay is more like a 40 or 50, right? So this is an unfair advantage. I'm basically just sandbagging the AI, right? He doesn't know that this is actually a misnomer. Not 104% anymore. Look at that. The number's dropping, isn't it? I think that's because I quit mid-match. So, yeah, that's true. That's a good thing. But I hope that makes sense. So, I mean, if... okay, for example, here. I'll do this real quick. Just to give you a quick thing. And then I definitely need to wind down here. So if it come up here, and this is 1245. Let's see. And am I still on user 1245? I don't even know where it displays it. Back to users. Guess 1245. Search. There. Alright. And then I'll come up here, and I might change my global data. Where's my level here? Level 7. So I'm going to just crank it. I'm going to just put me up to level 45, just like that. Boom. Alright. So let me come back out and refresh the data. It makes a lot of sense. Didn't mean to stretch out the stream. Oh no, I enjoy it, man. Absolutely. So let's check this. So now I'm level 45. I kind of has a hunch it was your playstyle just sort of outsmarting the AI. Okay, so now let's check this out. So level 45. This is a level 45 bot that I'm gonna play now. Oh wait, oops. Well yeah, okay, this is the bot. So. Alright, so now he's still going to play in the same style of sending out the 2 villagers. I haven't amended that yet, but, okay, he just wailed on my building there, didn't he? Oh, we both missed. There it is, mine. There, see, look at that. He's not missing as much now, you notice that? MSK 2016, hey, how's it going, man? Welcome. Hate to tell you, oh, hey, got a follow, thank you, man. I don't know if you've been lurking or if you just showed up. I hope you didn't just show up because I'm winding down the stream now. I've been going for about 4 hours, and my puppy is not happy about that. But yeah, check it out. Look at that. He's destroyed 3 of my buildings. So you can see the bot is definitely playing better. Thank you so much for the follow, buddy. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. MSK, thanks. Thanks, man. Oh, shoot. He's got the power up over here. Oh, he got it. Yeah, so I'm still playing well. I'm still hammering away. So I did do some damage, but he is definitely playing better. Look at that. You know. I'm going to be a jerk. Boom. So if I give him a chance here. So he missed that one. Let's see, this is a good test, actually, to see if it needs tweaking. No, that wasn't exactly a miss, was it? So he's Gabriel... Gabriel did a follow too. Gabriel, thank you, man. Thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, if you look at his numbers right now, this AI is hitting about, look at that. First shot, he hit it. Now I'm totally screwed right now. So his batting average is about 50% now. You know, when I was at level 7, you saw, how's it going, Gabriel? Thanks for joining in, buddy. Yeah, I hate to say I'm kind of coming to the end of the stream here, but thanks for joining in, man. I hope you're hanging around for a while, but if not, welcome. But yeah, you can see he's... Okay, now he just missed 2. Let's see if he takes another stab at it. There, look at that, man. So this, and then this is also an instance, if you're playing online, once again, at this point, I would not be going after his catapult at this point. I would go after the secondary stuff, and the reason why is because I want to win more coins. Oh, the jerk, look at that, he just knocked my guys out again. I wasn't even paying attention. The little power-up crate with the stop sign showed up. And he nailed it. I wasn't even looking. There he goes. All right, just for that, I'm going to reset your guys again. So this is why I added these secondary items, right? At this point, I could finish them off. But if I finish them off and don't go after all these extra bonus things, then I don't win many coins at all. And the whole purpose of playing a game is to win more coins. So I'm going to get greedy and start going after all these secondary items. And by doing that... Why is the AI hanging? Uh-oh. Did the AI glitch out? That's interesting. He's not firing. Did he get bashful or did something break? Look at that. Alright, I gotta take this out of full screen to find out. Index out of range. Distance. Oh, wow, okay. Check all buildings. So, look at that. He just bugged out on me. Guess what, guys? You just saw a nice little bug there from the AI. I'm not sure what the value was that he was looking for, but... So he's down to 2. Huh. Alright, so I have to make a note of this. Alright, hopefully this is a small fix. Nothing earth-shattering. But that is definitely a bug. Alright, so let me grab this line so I know exactly where I was. It was... Looks like... No, yeah, you're right. It looks like it isn't too bad. It's just an array. It's I got out of the extension of the array for some reason. So I'll track that down. I'll save that there. But, yeah, about time for me to wind down, guys. I think that'll do it. But thank you so much. Let me throw you some links here. You can find the links down below. But just in case... Great stream, though. Thank you, man. Thanks. I'm jealous, man. You got, like, double the team there. You know, I think it's... You guys do a great stream as well, but, you know, it's a trick. There's 2 of you. Okay, so let me do this real quick. So for those of you that just jumped in, if you have an Android device, you can try out a beta version of the game right now, Volley Village. It's there. It's a free-to-play game. It will always be a free-to-play game. And, yeah, Andrew, thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out. I'll look for you guys as well. I'll come and hang on your stream if I'm not out partying like crazy. Vegas is a small town. There's not much to do. So, you know, if I'm not doing anything. So there is the Android version. If you guys want to give a shout to me outside of the stream, there is my Discord channel. So please swing by and join my Discord channel. You reach me there. If you don't have an Android device and you'd like to try out the game, come to my webpage. There is my webpage. You can try Volley Village there. I have a version that runs on a browser, but I warn you right now, the browser version of Volley Village is insanely old. It's very outdated, but still playable. And the streams are still here on Twitch, but if you want to check out one of my older streams, all of them eventually get moved over to my YouTube channel. And there is my YouTube channel, Scary Robot Games. And I think that'll about do it. But yeah, guys, I'm so excited, you know, because, I mean, once again, just to show you guys, in case you're just tuning in, I do have to deal with this thing, right? This is what I was working on, the random lock, and I do need to fix that bug. That's minor. But I'm working on those unlock cards. But once that's done, man, I showed this before, but check this out. This was my bug list / feature list. It starts here, and this is all the stuff that I've accomplished over the umpteen months and couple of years at this point now. All that stuff is all been fixed and planted and plugged in. So that's why I'm excited, because, I mean, I'm talking days before I have this thing, the locked beta version, out to you guys. You guys can play it. Let me know if I missed anything. Do some final tweaks, and then I will unleash this beast upon the world and let everyone play it, hopefully. So, thanks again, guys. Thanks again for hanging out with me. I appreciate that so much. I got 16 viewers. Normally, I just kind of wind down and show credits, but I got enough people here today that I'm going to try and go do a raid on somebody. So, if you guys want to stick around, let me find a good candidate. All right, what do you say? So, let me come over here, and let's go browse. And, of course, I'm going to come over to my usual, which is the science and technology stuff, because we're going to support our fellow devs, right? And you see how far down the list we are. Isn't that crazy? We only have 1.8 thousand viewers in our entire category. OP Scripter, it's been fun. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thank you so much. All right. So I am going to play favorites. I'm going to see if I can find a good Unity developer to join up on here. Let's see. You see anyone that looks like Unity-ish? That looks like Unity. Developing a digital rogue. What do you say? Does that look like a fun one? Let's see. And how do I actually... let's see. It is Dragon Slumber. Slumber. There you go. All right. You're pretty high on that list, actually. Yeah, it kind of worked out that way. Thanks, guys. Really, dude, I cannot stress this. I'm not being, like, disingenuous. I truly do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It really does make it insanely enjoyable. I mean, like I said, I'm supposed to go at 4, right? I'm supposed to go to 1 to 4, and I'm supposed to wrap up then. But you guys are, like, so cool to hang out with that I went as long as I did. And my dog is about to chew my leg off if I don't go take care of her. But thanks again, guys. So we're going to do a raid on Dragon Slumber. So here we go. Until then, guys, come back on Monday. I'll be back here 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, all right? Otherwise, hang out with me on Discord. I'll be there. But look forward to you guys coming out and seeing me finish this game. And then I get to work on the next one. I cannot wait to tell you about that. But until then, guys, have a great weekend. Hope you guys have a great weekend. And anything you want to hit me up on, questions or comments, do it. Otherwise, I will see you on Monday. Take care, guys. Adios. Oh, raid in... Well, that was anticlimactic. We have 5 seconds here. So... Now try that again. Adios.
Because I don't study code structure. My guess is that most people don't know what that means, and my guess is that you probably knew that. Yeah. Boom. Indeed. It's been a busy few days with the holidays, but holidays are done, and if all goes according to plan, I should be back to my regularly scheduled daily stream. That's the goal. If I'm wrong, well, I'm wrong. Alright, thank you. And likewise, Scary Robot. I totally understand the situation, the sentiment. I found myself doing the same, unfortunately. Raiding people and then going, well, I can't stay. I have a billion things to do. But at the very least, I don't know if you've seen the game. I'm not sure. At the very least, you can see a little snippet of how it looks. And if you had seen the game, well, you know what to expect. Peace out, man. Thanks again for the raid. it's been a while. It's been a hot minute, and we've updated quite a few things. And this is all still temporary. All of this is going to is going to change and become a lot better over time. Thank you. I don't want to keep you here. I'm sure you're very busy. Thank you again for the raid.